Alright. 29 minutes to go. Hey there, Sloth. Hey there, Saber. Welcome, welcome. You guys excited for the CitizenCon? We have an actual timer now. Until all the magic is released. Or, at least, they tell us about the magic. I'm expecting we're gonna learn a lot of things that are not gonna be coming out for a while. But we'll see. But yeah, hype. This is gonna be exciting. As you guys probably know, usually with CitizenCons are a physical event with a big hall, a big stage. But this year is the strange one with live stream only. And only 2 hours. Really surprising.
Behold, the Copion. Though not particularly prized for its intelligence, what it lacks in brains, it makes up for by being incredibly, well, horny. A commodity highly sought after by hunters and poachers alike.
The horny
Fortunately,
Copians?
for our Copion, that is, this usually results in a free meal.
Not the face!
Well, that was fun. Random Copian video. I guess we're gonna get a lot of other random fun stuff that people have shared to them. I think they had a time for people to upload videos to them. During one of the Star Citizens, definitely people made commercials, and it was hilarious. I particularly loved a commercial by what is his name? Board Gamer. He did one for Kelto. It was hilarious. Well, I'm doing alright, Sloth. I mean, considering that I'm up earlier than usual, but I went to sleep earlier to make sure. But there I was, so here's the story. Right, I set an alarm for 10 a.m. It's currently the half hour to 12, so it's 11:30 right now. And well, actually I set the alarm for 10:30, right? And so like, I sort of reach over to check at my phone, and it's 10 minutes past 10. So I lay it down next to me on the bed, because I'm like, oh yeah, it's gonna go off in 20 minutes. And then I open my eyes again, I check my phone, and it's 11. That could have been dangerous. But thankfully, I opened my eyes and checked. But yeah, it was fine. I set it early enough, and I did my due diligence. Yeah, my SE is up to date. Here we go.
Why'd you bring this, rookie?
Foundation Festival. Tradition. How do I go prone? Which button? Shh, press Z.
No control.
I pressed everything. It's not working.
Get down!
Good
Which
old
button
noobs.
do I press to get up?
Alt F4.
I love how they said Alt F4 in unison. They were both just trying to get rid of them at that point. Hey there, Free. Welcome, welcome. Join the beginnings of a watch party. I wonder if we can get Devil Taco in here. But yeah, I'm really excited for this. So, what do we think is coming out? There's been a lot of talk about Nyx. Do you guys know what Nyx is? Well, let me explain anyway. Nyx is a star system that we're expecting to come out next. It has this, I guess it's actually like a moon. It's like a large moon. It has a large moon and a location on it that used to be in the game. But it was more like, it was only in the standard system as like a test. There was a testing area. And so they removed it because it didn't belong in Stanton. It belongs in Nyx. And we've seen certain evidence that suggests that we're gonna get it. I'm not sure exactly what they might have changed it to. It always was a bit of an asteroid station, if you will. It is always, when it was in Stanton, it was a low gravity place. So it was like almost the size of a planet, or like maybe half of a planet or something. But it was low enough gravity that, you know, there was low gravity. But I missed it. It was really cool, the location. And there's a different interesting story and lore about
Meet
it because
Steve.
people
It's his
did
first
look
day
it
on the
up
job
crazy.
after passing his Atlas operator certification. This is Edwards. After 36 years of a successful cargo foreman career, he's ready to retire. And this is Bob, your everyday hauler. Bob doesn't give a shit. Bob is too busy reading a funny post online.
Damn. That's happened to so many players. Maybe not because you're in the mobile class, but there's many reasons why people have sort of crashed into things on the ground. So, what I really liked about the old what was it called? What was that place called? Levski, that's what it was called. So that was in Stanton, but it wasn't ever meant to stay there. That's supposed to be in Nyx. So we're gonna get Levski with Nyx. And what I loved about it was that it was very different than the other like ports in Stanton. Like there was 4 nice sized landing bays, and they felt more private. Back when there wasn't privacy in your hangars, where there was just 4 hangars, and that was it. And I know we could go to any of them on the elevator. But it felt more free and not like regulated, you know? And then when you were inside, there was a statue with graffiti on it. And some of the terminals, like, they'd actually have information on it that shows that excuse me, just had to yawn. They'd show stuff that shows that, like, they were using like a free version of the terminal software instead of like paying for like a license. It's kind of like people who install a pirated copy of Windows and then it says in the bottom that you need to like register it or whatever. It had that sort of feel. And Levski did have its own ship shop. It's called Teach's Ship Shop. So these two ships, it looks like the Gladius fighting a Hornet. The Gladius that won there, that's a light fighter, whereas the Hornet is a medium fighter. It could have the same layout. I don't think they want to redo the interior because it was already done. What else? It also had like a bazaar. Like you'd go down this hallway and it would have advertisements saying this way to the bazaar, and it was like a series of little shops in this sort of ghetto looking hall, if you will. And you just walk around in a circle and get your stuff from the different shops. It did have surface garage access, yes. Or rather, there wasn't really a garage, as far as I would call it, but there was surface access, yeah. And they probably will add a garage for that. Good old Nevsky. So, yeah, there was like a worker uprising and revolt, and that's basically why there's a statue with graffiti and these terminals that are not registered.
Hi there.
Registered.
I'm Scooter Lee Scooter from the beautiful Brio's Breaker Yard on Damer. Now, some people think Brio's is still a rough and tumble kind of place, but that just ain't true, Bo. Brio's is a safe environment with fun for the whole family. And we don't just sell gently used spaceships. We also do ship repairs, ship detailing, ship paints, and even weapon swaps. So when you need your next ship upgrade, you come on down and you tell Scooter sent you. Y'all have a good evening.
Count Scooter, that Scooter sent us. And of course that's a reference to Borderlands. But yeah, Wookie has amazingly hilarious videos on YouTube. It would be fun to see Nargo advertising his org or something. But so far these have just been funny rather than rather than advertisements. No, thank you. Well, the thing is that it's only a 2-hour presentation. We could do something like that, but I figure I'll just smoke throughout it anyway. So you guys don't have to worry about that. Yeah, I'm too lazy for that. If it was like a proper, like, 6 hours and maybe even 2 days, then we would probably go the extra mile and, get that figured out. But for only a 2-hour event, And again, that is so surprising. CitizenCon usually lasts a while. There's so much they want to show us and get us involved in and get us excited for. So it begs the question of what is going to be in this presentation and what isn't going to be in the presentation. We were told previously by Jared.
I'm here.
Well, let's watch this.
Crawling through the shadows. I don't care why. I finish the job. Darkness makes you weak, makes you blind. No pain. No pain. No fear. Just cold breath on your neck. When the light comes back, you're already gone.
Jared did already sort of, not really, it's more than the hint. He specifically mentioned in one of the recent videos they released that there would not be any presence of Squadron 42. No presence. So, does that mean they're not going to talk about it? Given that it's only 2 hours, it seems like we're not really going to hear much about Squadron 42. Although, I have to imagine there's got to be something at the very end of CitizenCon Direct just to get us excited, because it's meant to be coming out next year. Yeah, I mean, we could always just look into the past, of course. They put out so much information. But since it's gonna come out next year, I would have expected they would have done more. Except I'm guessing that it's gonna come out next year after CitizenCon next year. That's my guess. My prediction is Squadron 42 Q4. Yeah, Q4, 2026. And then if that's true, then that means it's fine. They can talk about Squadron 42 next year at CitizenCon, get everybody super excited, and then like a month or so later it comes out, right? So this year, it seems that's why they're only making it 2 hours. I think they're only going to focus on what we have coming down the pipeline. Usually, CitizenCon is about what's coming, what's being worked on, what's going to be coming soon. And so I would expect that we're going to see information about Nyx, because that's what's going to be coming down the pipe. There's a new potential location to go and visit. We also expect some potential ship releases. They released one of my favorite ships at the CitizenCon. which was the 400i. Oh my god. Boys being boys. So, Nick's system, we might learn something more about upcoming missions or events. Kind of like we had the ASD facility staff now. There may be expansions of that coming, and if there are, we'll probably learn about that. Or, you know, there's been different pyro storylines going on. Hey there, Derp. Welcome, welcome. You're just in time. We're just speculating on what we're going to be seeing during our CitizenCon Direct this year. No, I set my category to Star Citizen. I could make it, unless I didn't hit the done button. Did that fix it? I might not have hit the done button. Okay, so that should fix it then. I had said it, I just hadn't hit the button to save it, I guess. My bad. And forced me to have a dab rip, huh? Okay. Next we will use the full proper dab thingy when we warm it up. But yeah, so we're expecting Nix. We're expecting information about any kind of like new missions that are gonna be coming. Hey there, Krim. How dare I not hit the done button? I know. Professional streamer. But yeah, welcome. This is gonna be interesting. I don't know if you know anything about Star Citizen, but this is a good time to come and learn about it. And cheers, everyone. I'm gonna take my dab hit. I've done that before. And yeah, I've been killed by a random elevator. Out of nowhere. Well, the most important thing to know is that it's a buggy game because it's still very much in development. And that cartoon demonstrated exactly one of the bugs that people experience. I mean, yeah, so like what Sloth is talking about is sometimes the doors might open and then it just is a black space, and then you go in there, you'll just like fall through, fall down underground or whatever. That's no good. But still, bugs and all, it doesn't matter because everyone who plays this game knows that it's a project in development. And they try to fix bugs for us, but the main point is for them to continue to develop and flesh out the game. Generally, fixing bugs and getting things all set up that way is one of the last things you do in game development. But what's weird about this project is because it was a Kickstarter project, they have a requirement to basically make something playable while it's in development. So that's why they have such a polished game for us to play, despite the bugs, and despite being so early in its development, which is an ironic thing to say because it's been in development for like 12 or 13 years. But that being said, it's such a huge game with its scope that really it's still early days for its development, even with that. And that's partially also because they had to create their own Team Studio. And then you can throw things in game, like your trash.
One day.
Okay, that was pretty silly. But yeah, some people try to throw their trash in the trash can. Some people just drop it on the ground. I've seen some people go around and try to pick up the trash off the ground. One of the fun things about the game is that it has persistence. So if you leave an item on the ground, it's gonna remain there. Unless there's so many items in the area that they need to remove some of them for performance or whatever, it basically will stay there forever. As long as you can keep connecting to the same server. Or these days, it's really a cluster of servers, because they've actually developed what's called server meshing. You can seamlessly go from one server to another, mid-space flight, mid-movement, bullets flying from one side to the other. I mean, from one server to the other, everything. Flawless. Pretty impressive. So these days, we now have server meshing, which allows for hundreds of people to be on the same cluster of servers. But that's going to expand more and more. We're still early days with that. I remember, I don't think it was last CitizenCon, maybe it was, but I think the last one or the one before, they did this great presentation of like, they made like an L-shaped hallway, and they broke it into 3 different servers, operating 3 different parts of that hallway, and they showed how seamlessly things were moving between server to server, and then we got that in game. So now, it's possible that you could be on a server, let's say that Lafayette has a problem and it crashes. In game, we have crash recovery, so if the server crashes, you just get frozen for a minute while it spins up a new server and then takes all the data that was in memory and continues exactly what it was doing, right? But you could be in another part of that server cluster, like another planet, and you haven't crashed, while your friend might be on a crashed server because the server for his planet crashed briefly. Right? Really crazy tech. And then the fact that it repairs itself and then you can keep going and doing what you're doing. You know? Impressive. Anyway, here we go.
This year has
Welcome,
marked a
welcome.
turning point in Star Citizen's history. We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale, seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together. Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months. It has brought a more populated and active verse with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once. It's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience. I couldn't be prouder of the team. They delivered something no other online game does presently. There may be other games out there that claim large player counts, or even the ability to mesh, but none do it at our detail, scale, and seamlessness. Of course, there will be continued improvements to server meshing and to Star Engine, but having moved past this last big technological hurdle has allowed us to finally focus on quality of life and stability improvements, something that has long been overdue. We're about to deliver our 9th patch in 10 months, with content that has brought Star Citizen storytelling into new and exciting directions. We pushed more than 24 features and more than 2,000 bug fixes. And while there is still a long way to go, the game has gotten more stable, performant, and fun as a result. We see this in player metrics. More of you play every day. The daily average users is up 45% from last year, and your playtime is up 15%. So more people venture out into the verse and stay there longer than ever before. And through all that, we've told the dual stories of the Frontier Fighters Assault on Pyro and the moral compromises being made to combat the regen crisis. Now, as those stories come to a rest for the time being, it's time to look forward to the next chapter of Star Citizen, where the instability in Pyro and the callous actions of some pave the way to new adventures, new locations, and new threats. Last year, we announced our next star system would be Nyx, home to the People's Alliance of Levski and bordering the Vandal threat. Today, we're proud to share that your adventures in Nyx begin not next year, but next month, when Star Citizen's third system comes online in Alpha 4.4.
Ooh.
2 new systems in 1 year. That's only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams, server meshing accelerating what's possible, the support teams behind the scenes, and most importantly, all of you. Now, I do miss that we're not all together under one roof this year, but in many ways, we're more connected than ever. Across the globe, many of you are gathering at watch parties, 9 of them with our developers in attendance, and countless others springing up in communities everywhere, and all happening simultaneously today. So even
one other place
if
to
we're
explore.
separated by oceans and continents, we're bound together by the same passion for space, for discovery, and for this incredible universe we're building together. Whether you're at home or alongside your crew at a watch party, grab a drink, sit back, and let us take you inside our up-and-coming plans for the next year of Star Citizen.
No, right. And yeah, different star systems are connected with wormholes. So there's going to be a wormhole to the new system. And now is Chris Roberts. He's the director of the game, the creator of the project. And he's created other video games in the
With
past
the
as well.
foundational technology now in place, the content development of the game is no longer restricted, allowing us to forge ahead with building out our first 5 star systems. Nyx will see the much-loved Levski landing zone added back to the verse, while also bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glacium Belt. Here, you'll experience a new combined arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our 3rd star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire Star Citizen experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year, with the addition of several major locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex, we will continue to unveil new Nyx content throughout the year. It's a slightly different approach to how we deliver Pyro, but we feel this gets the content into your hands sooner and shows our intent as we continue our march towards 1.0. I'm so incredibly proud of the work our teams have done and are continuing to do, and we're excited to have you on this next step of our journey. And as with any journey in Star Citizen, that begins with a little story.
Okay. And that guy, by the way, he's like the main programmer responsible for everything. He holds the most responsibility in terms
In
of
2025, we introduced 2
development.
major storylines spanning multiple patches, creating a living backbone for adventure across the universe. The first was Pyro Must Burn. It connected Stanton to Pyro and introduced the Frontier Fighters, who are relentless, brutal, and determined to wipe out any threats that cross them. And with this month's release, you'll now take part in the conclusion to that storyline. The second was Science Run Amok, with the regen crisis throwing the Empire into chaos, and you all jumping in to help the various corporations respond. Through that journey, we pulled back the curtain on ASD and its shady practices, uncovering long-forgotten Onyx facilities, and met new characters like Dr. Logan Yorit and Detective Arkham Mella
And these are
of
all
the Hawkrow
in-game
Agency. And just
quests
like
you can do.
the Pyre Must Burn storyline carried us
Adventures.
into a new system, Science Run Amok is now setting the stage for Nyx, the next step in the larger story we're telling on the road to 1.0. As this new chapter of Star Citizen begins, let's hear from just a few of the team members working to bring this next era of our universe to life.
This is a wormhole.
When the Nyx system was first discovered,
Already
the
in-game.
United Empire of Earth, the UEE, came out and did scans and kind of found out that the system wasn't really worth settling. The planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up. And one company saw opportunity where the UEE didn't, QV Planet Services. And so they expanded into the system and tried to mine as much as they could, making a very slim margin by the sheer quantity of resources they were pulling out.
The system itself sort of ran its course from sort of a large corporate interest perspective, and then was mostly left abandoned.
Now this ended up being the ideal situation for the People's Alliance, who were a group of revolutionaries who were trying to overthrow the dictatorship of the Messer regime that was going on in the Empire at the time.
So they went to the Nyx
Humanity has
system
created an
and
empire.
established what became known as Levski. They wanted to make it everything that the UEE wasn't at this time.
They set up what they saw as their ideal society, where everyone's voices would be heard, where everyone would be equal. But they've fallen onto hard times. So Nyx today is kind of at an interesting point in its history. Now that the UEE has kind of transformed itself into a democratic society, what is their role? What are the People's Alliance rebelling against? And they still see the Empire as being inherently unfair. They see their role as still trying to create a free and fair society. But on the other hand, they have more problems than ever. And there's new threats lurking around every corner. And they have to ask, are they prepared to handle that? Or do they need to turn to the UEE for help?
So UEE is basically the government. The pauper,
Making a star system is
pauper government.
you approach it from kind of two angles in a weird way. What is this system bringing to the gallery? How does this new system plug into it, and what does it bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and has some flair to it.
So the Nyx system is a remote system where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and influence of the UEE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vandal.
It's kind of like a frontier-esque thing. It's not lawless like Pyro, it's just kind of out there. Pyro's more like a Mad Max wasteland, and Nyx is more like
Yeah, we have the Pyro
Silverado or like Deadwood, right? It's
Anything
kind of
goes
like
there.
a smaller scope.
The emptiness and the loneliness is the defining factor. You're still going to find gangs, you're still going to find hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want to live off the grid.
The People's Alliance is the main peacekeeping force in Nyx.
They were unhappy with the direction that the Empire was going under the Messers. They got out. They said, we're just going to start from scratch, build our own society, but build it the way that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect, they're just people, but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nyx safe and make it prosper.
They are trying to do the best that they can, but are faced with the realities of dealing with people, which is tricky.
The Pyro star is quite a warm star. Stanton star is quite neutral. And the Nyx is a little bit cooler. The system has its star, and it has this dark, really, really dense gas, sort of nebulous cloud. And it has points of light scattered around it, and those
kinda
points
bad.
of light in this gas
Those
cloud
clouds
is
are
really,
treacherous
really
in space.
hazy. So because Nix is bordering Vandal space, it was important that we have a gap in the Nix gas cloud where you could sort of just, in between the clouds, see a piece of the Vandal space. It feels so close that it's even like protruding some red light.
And the
The
Vandal
level
are like
designers are
a
using it
vicious
as an actual
alien
visual
species.
indicator of where to place more dangerous POIs. So if you point your ship in the direction of it, you should find, as we build it out, that you will be in more and more danger. And I think that's really cool. To give more atmosphere, I was testing out adding some sort of space snowflakes, essentially. So when you look towards the sun, you can
Space
sort of
dust.
see that sort of like sparkle. But then when you look away from the sun, you'll see the reflections and sort of like little glints of light. For the jump points in Nix, we'll have 2 on this release. We'll have one from Pyro to Nix and one from Stanton to Nix. It should be going from Nix to Castra, but we're essentially bypassing Castra temporarily.
Hey, we want to make sure you can get there any way you want.
Galatian Belt is a huge asteroid belt that
His
is in sort of
visit
the middle of
proper
the system.
star map that you see
Galatian
on the
Belt is
website.
a combination of a bunch of technologies that we already had. The asteroid fields we use for planetary rings and the gas clouds. And it's combining them to make something completely new that we've just not seen before.
It's full of resources that are still left unharvested because it's kind of a tricky spot for mining. It's not the easiest place to go, but that means that there's still a lot of opportunity for independent miners to go out there.
So the rocks in Nix are a bit more sharp, like sorts of like
And of
icy,
course, money is in game.
rocky, cliff-like, very different from those in the Pyro and the Stanton.
One of the big differences too is all of that extra added movement that just adds a little bit of extra flair.
It's also a good hiding spot for people who are trying to elude capture, maybe set up ambushes, that type of stuff.
I always feel way more interesting flying in those spaces than
Nope.
just,
Thank you.
empty world.
And as we build
Thank
out
you
the
so
place
much,
build
Krim.
next year, lots of places to put new content.
Right, more places to
Delmar
put
is
the
a
content.
very large asteroid in the Galatian Belt that QV Planet Services had built a mining base on that got taken over by the People's Alliance and renamed Levski.
And we're all getting this next month. That's great.
Levski is our first and biggest social outpost for Nix.
But yeah, thank
It's
you for
kind of
those
like
gifted
the
subs.
place where you stop before you do your
I
panning.
appreciate it.
So it's kind of a San Francisco before you go out to the gold rush.
It's going to be the central hub for trade and hauling and all of the commerce within Nix and also from Nix to other systems. But it does have a CD underlayer to it.
Over the years, you're sort of improving the generation method of those asteroids to culminate towards this specific point to make large, explorable location.
So there's a lot of
When you fly
bespoke
towards the Levski, you see
created
this
stuff,
huge gas ring around it,
but they're
scattered
trying
small,
to
mid-sized pieces of the asteroids.
automate as much
Well,
creation
Levski's
as they can.
immediately apparently unique by the fact that it's
'Cause the project is
it's
so
a
huge.
facility clamped onto the side of an asteroid. The breathtaking views of looking into the belt instantly gives it a unique charm and flavor.
As you approach, you'll initially see a very dramatic borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid. You'll also see, growing out from there and alongside Levski, there will be landing pads along what I'd call the spine. Lots of industrial pipes and transport systems to bring out the refined mining materials when it was a mining station.
Before, we were using an actual planet, so we had all of the space available to place all of these structures. But now it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size to...
They've done a lot of work on the freight elevator.
If we took the whole shot of the asteroid, you
It should be working
will
now.
see that there is an area to fly underneath.
Quote unquote.
We plan on bringing in Hull C gameplay, so this is exterior cargo elevators, so as a team you will be able to load and unload cargo.
There's a lot more movement on the exterior, such as the cargo trains going around tracks. It's now going to be fully EVA-able. There will be walkways around the main landing zone to walk on using gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want. They can explore fully the whole place, which is great.
Unlike the majority of anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here in Nyx that care.
It's not a downtrodden or derelict, dilapidated location. It has a sense of order.
But only where the People's Alliance has people living.
But we've had Levski before, and we've updated it quite substantially to be more in line with the newer features that have been put in since, but also visually, and there's been a lot of quality of life fixes that we've wanted to add and
can't
bring
stop
up
straining
to
this
like
beer.
a good standard for a landing zone.
Gracing the main lobby of Levski is a large statue of Anthony Tanaka, who was a child worker.
And was being worked to death, all of them were. And Anthony Tanaka just had a break and just said no, and stood up against the foremen, the supervisors, the managers, the guards, and was killed for it. And so he became a sort of a figurehead.
And kind of was one of the linchpin moments in seeing the fall of the Messer regime.
Good old lore
So if you
building.
take the elevator up to the top deck, you'll see the top view and the cargo area as well. So you can go through the cargo shop. You've got your normal kind of cargo needs. You'll have ability to trade
They've updated the
and
terminals.
buy your tractor beam and other
But
gear.
this
that
looks
you
very
need.
similar.
So if you
Well,
were to
they've
die in the
added all
next
this.
system, then one of the places you might come out from is the hospital in Levski, which is called the Mercy Hospital.
Didn't used to have a
So
hospital.
Mercy Hospital is just basically, it's a local med station for all the residents of Levski, anybody traveling through the system. Again, they're trying to provide as good medical help for people as they can.
When you arrive at the HAB's location, you'll be presented with a lobby, elevator bank, and then you will take that transit to the HAB room. So within that room will be pods.
And that's where the original miners would have lived.
This is where you spawn in the
They're
game.
not the nicest, and they're a bit messy, but they're a home.
Eventually,
People in
we'll be
Levski.
able to like buy them and rent them.
If you head down to the
Customize them.
lower view deck, you'll go through into the Grand Barter, which is your main social and commercial area of Levski.
This is where you will see market sellers selling their wares. There will be stalls. There will be kind of more embedded shops.
And that includes things
Yeah.
like Cauderies, which is your armor shop, and also conscientious objects, which is for weapons. There's also one of my
expanded
favorite
all
places,
this.
Cafe Musée, which is where you can go down into some of the more rocky depths and grab yourself a drink, and you never know who you meet down there. If you explore
know
a bit
who you
more
meet
around
down
the Grand
there.
Barter, there's other routes around and little side passages. There's another shop that's away from that area called Teachers.
Teacher Ship Shop is
ship shop.
basically where you would go if you were looking to pick up a used ship, buy some ship parts, fix up your old ship, find some new stuff, sell some scrap.
We've closed up Dumpers Depot for Levski, and everything that used to be sold there will now be sold at Teachers. Another new area, as well as the cargo shop that we've added, is the refinery deck for Levski. That's where you can take your processed goods, not just from Levski, but from
And this
the rest of
gameplay
the
is
Nix
already in
system,
game.
and refine and sell those
You
goods
can mine stuff and then refine minerals.
As a lot of the content
and
in
then
the next coming
sell those
releases for
refined
Nix
minerals.
is going to be mining related. So it's super important that Levski is a really nice hub for mining type of gameplay.
There was never
So we're
any
really happy
NPC
to bring
mission
Levski
giver.
back into the game. It's been gone for quite a few years now.
I think it really provided a unique environment of it's run down, but the people who live there love it and are working their hardest to make it a great place to live.
This is a location that has a lot of nostalgia for you guys, and we don't want this just to be a re-release. We do want you to go, wow.
It's not going to be as complete as Pyro was when it first came out, but it's going to be our first iteration, and you're going to be able to see it grow as we work on it.
Like with everything, we're always learning and improving and finding new ways.
I mean, is there anything more Star Citizen than just building the system while the players watch us build it around them?
It's going to add a nice dynamic.
Yeah, making predictions and then not living up to them.
And be a much more calming of, style
That's the most
system
Star
than
Citizen
Pyro.
thing.
The people that would have played it before are going to love to see this come back, and the people that haven't seen it before, it's going to be a great new location.
This is the first time that I'm going to be able to touch stuff and kind of bring my own content to the game, and that's really exciting to me.
Levski
trying to
coming
keep
back
them
into
honest.
the game is a huge milestone personally for me. So I worked on the original quite some time ago, so seeing it come back and updated and improved and better is fantastic.
Right, what now?
So we've talked about Levski, we've talked about the Glacian Belt, but you're probably asking yourself, what's the new gameplay activity we're going to be doing? So let's find out.
Welcome to Nix is your first experience in a new space station in a new solar system.
It's a mystery to be solved. There's things for the player to explore and look into. There's going to be some twists and turns, of course, some combat, and if you're lucky enough to survive, maybe some good rewards.
This is basically a continuation of kind of our ASD storyline. So in the closing out what we had called our Science Run Amok storyline, we had revealed that ASD had been procuring sort of very black market illegal stuff in order to conduct their experiments. So this mission is basically going to be continuing on that trail.
So the Navy has learned that illegal tech is being sold in the UAE, and they're hiring Intersect to investigate. Intersect Defense Solutions is the leading military defense contractor in the UAE. So the Navy contracts with them a lot for doing various kind of military operations that they don't want to handle themselves. We didn't want players to be working directly for the Navy. The Navy just doesn't call up random citizens and ask like, hey, if you're free, can you fly a helicopter? I guess as a player, when you can think about like, oh, where am I gonna be doing missions that are capital ship battles or large fleet scale stuff or military operations, that's all gonna come from Intersect Defense Solutions. Intersect have discovered the source of the illegal tech is in the Nix system and an old abandoned QV Planet Services logistics station that's come back online.
So they want the players to figure out what's going on.
Okay.
So when you come out of
Investigation.
Quantum and you start your approach vector to the objective, you'll be weaving through asteroids, going through the Glacian Belt, and slowly the station will reveal itself. Now this is an old QV logistics station. It's pretty beat up, it's pretty derelict, but there's some points of interest that you'll spot as you go through. So the station itself shares design cues from old Pan Am stations found in Pyro. This architectural design found its way over to the Nix system as the system was being established. But you'll also see some additional design cues that QV Planetary Services were adding, so it's a nice transition architectural point. It's fairly skeletal in design. You'll see logistics yards and cargo yards, but also facilities pinned inside the asteroid, creating this network of facilities. You'll notice there's a Polaris near the main hub. It's not a normal Polaris. It's damaged, it's broken. It's not a standard corporate Polaris. So at this
No,
point,
interesting.
you should be asking yourself, who does this belong to? Away from the Polaris, you'll see struts leading to asteroid bases. Now, these asteroid bases are locked, so you don't know exactly what's inside just yet. But all of this comes together to form the playground for the mission to take place. So not only is this facility unabandoned, but it's also under attack from a surprising but familiar foe.
Oh, the Vandal. Did that make sense?
For the first time in the PU, the Vandal.
So the Vandal are a nomadic, very, very, very violent spacefaring race.
They've been striking out against outposts and such in the Nyx system. They don't really know what they want, don't know why they're doing it, but it seems like whoever's running the station is really pissed them off.
Vandal raiding parties have been arriving in the system, and they're unaffiliated to any clan. There's small groups coming in and picking at them. But as time goes on, those raids are getting bigger and more frequent.
There'll be the scythes that you're familiar with, glaives and blades that we all know and hate, and a new craft for the PU, the Vandal Stinger.
Okay, we had some leaks of this was coming.
Contacted by some civilians on arrival asking you for help.
So at this point, you have a choice. You can either bug out, mission over, or join the fight. This will be the first time since the PU launch that you'll be able to fight against Vandal aggressor ships.
This fight will be intense. The player should be able to deal with them, but they will have to be prepared and they'll have to come back in to fight off this initial wave, and that won't be the end of it.
All right. Scare your enemies.
After
We've
you
been
fight
waiting
off
for
the
this.
Vandal ships, the mysterious inhabitants of the station invite you to
The
come on
just
board.
pirates.
Which Insect sort of will encourage you to do because it'll help further their investigation against what's happening here, why these QV stations have come back online.
You dock your ship, you board the station, and it turns out the inhabitants here have a real surprise for you.
The player will be immediately ambushed. These guys are not your friends.
Of course, it's not going to be easy because the people that are inhabiting the station are going to fight you every step of the way.
The fight will be challenging, but this definitely will be the warm-up phase of this mission. This will be the players getting a sense of
And what's crazy about this
what
game is that
exactly
when you
going on there,
die,
who these new people are. They'll
generally
be in
leave
unfamiliar
everything in their
armor.
backpack
They will be wielding
on the ground.
unfamiliar weapons. And we
It's
want
supposed to be
you
all of
to
your
get a
gear.
sense that you are in a new place,
Well, right
in a
now you
new
get to keep most of
territory,
your gear.
fighting a new faction.
So after you survive this initial ambush, you get back in touch with Intersec, and obviously the question is, who are these people? Why are they attacking? Why are the Vandal attacking them?
At this point, there's more going on here than anyone thought. The directive from Intersect is to explore the station and collect as much information as you possibly can.
Along the way, you're going to get to explore some new areas.
It's not just the space station. There's the disabled capital ship. There's asteroid bases nearby with obvious installations there, other forces that the Vandal have been attacking. There's a debris field.
Explore the locations in any order you want and try to find out who these people are and why the Vandal are after them.
You'll find new clues. You'll find ways to solve the puzzle of what's going on at the space station and find out what kind of loot they have for you now that you beat them.
There we
And
go.
of course,
Now
this
we're
is
talking.
a legally open station, so
Tell
anything
me
you
about the loot.
find is yours to keep and sell, maybe even give to Wicklow.
And Wicklow
This
is an
isn't just a
in-game
one-time
NPC
event.
that
This
you
is
can
a
trade stuff to.
permanent sort of mission that we're going to be adding to the game.
You can go back and repeat this mission and find ways to do it even better, even faster.
There'll be a different story and different flavor. Obviously, we can't have the same thing happen every time. There'll be other missions that Intersec will offer to you based on the evidence that you found.
Now you know the real story, and you can start digging and giving more information to Intersect along the way.
Interesting. So it'll be really dynamic based on what you've discovered. That's a pretty cool
I'm
concept.
super excited to finally see the Van Duel in the PU.
I'm excited to bring cool Van Duel ship combat to SC.
Players in the PU will now get to face down these awesome ships and get a taste of like we already have it in Arena Commander, where you get to fight the Vandal Swarm, and being able to do that in the PU is going to be, I think, a heck of a lot of fun.
I hope that
This
means that
marks a
they're
great
bringing
milestone
full
for us
Van
for
Duel
not only pushing
character
hard and
models.
adding great content this year, we're also being able to introduce the next star system and introducing the next landscape to tell new stories and add new gameplay beats into the ever-expanding universe. So we'll leave 4.4 there. If you're at one of the watch parties, please raise a toast to the great work that all the teams have been doing this year. And I'll be right back in just a few minutes to look ahead at some of the things coming in 2026.
Okay, so yeah, that's all the stuff that's coming like in a month.
Hello, everyone,
Next
and
month.
welcome to the Voyager Bar in beautiful scenic Orizon, where the staff of Cloud Imperium Games Manchester is gathered for their very own CitizenCon Direct watch party. As the dozens of such events happening at locations around the world, we've gathered today to watch this sneak peek at just a little of what the next year of Star Citizen has in store for everyone.
So Orson is an
That was
in-game
really
location.
good, everybody. I'm Jared
and
Huckabee, your
they're
host
trying
for
to
the
make it look
festivities
like that.
and for the show today. And let me tell you, it's not a joke. It's not a gag. Next week, we're hitting our 9th patch in 10 months. And then in November, we're going to finish out the year strong with the long-awaited arrival of the Nix system. And in case you missed it, because you were chatting with friends, hi. It's not the lawless wasteland of Pyro many folks have been speculating, but an independent system with its own set of rules and laws and multiple ways to get there. It's an exciting time for everyone at Cloud Imperium Games because, as the architects of our persistent universe said at the start of the show, the foundational tech that we've been building for so many years has now unlocked us to bring more to Star Citizen than ever before as we continue our journey towards 1.0. Now, before we continue with the show, let's get a few housekeeping tasks out of the way. First, we're simulcast on YouTube and Twitch. So if you want the keen communities of Twitch or the 4K ultra high resolution of YouTube, you have your choice.
We're watching the 4K
Second, throughout the
ultra
broadcast
resolution of
today,
YouTube.
we want to see and hear what you have to say along the way, and you can tell us on social media by using hashtag CitizenCon. We're especially interested to see any photos from those watch parties that are happening across the globe, and we're going to find some way to bring a few of them into the broadcast later in the program. Third, we've also had a CitizenCon contest going for people to create their very own slice of life in the PU videos, and we played the winning entries during our pre-show countdown. The offerings were super varied. The idea was to work with a team to show the life of a miner or a hauler or a bounty hunter or whatever. But one guy just said, I'm going to make a video about how awesome I am. And I respect that. So shout out Nocturnal Revenant. I don't remember if you were one of the winners getting an L21 Wolf from Kruger for their efforts, but you won the coveted Disco Lando Complete Narcissist Award. Good job. And to all the winners, I'm sure someone will either be in touch with you about your wolves or they'll just show up on your accounts. I really don't know how that process works. Probably would have been good to find out before the show, huh? He's so afraid. Either way, if you missed the pre-show and are curious if you won, you can check the replay after we're done here today. All right. I just realized that my bosses, Chris and Sandy, are sitting in a movie theater watch party in Switzerland right now. A completely captive audience. So real behind the scenes here. This is especially torturous for Chris right now because he's super excited about the next segment we've got coming up. Aren't you, Chris? And you're just sat there right now, forced to watch and listen to anything
It's great
I
to
say.
be able to torture your boss.
Do
if you
either of
can,
you
if
regret
you have
that
a boss.
decision so long ago? All right, so I've probably pushed my luck enough. Let's get to the next thing. When Nix arrives next month, it'll have Levski, the Glacium Belt, and the new Welcome to Nix operation we just discussed. But throughout 2026, we'll also continue to build the star system out with new features and new technologies that will not only set Nix apart and give it a unique identity from its sibling star systems, but continue to set Star Citizen apart from other video games altogether. Now at this point, if you're
hoping
running
they're
one of the
talking
watch
about
parties, you're gonna wanna crank your speakers up for some brand new
post-generation.
music from the maestro Pedro himself. And let's take a look at some of what the next year has to offer for the Nix system.
Yeah, but give us the ability to make our own bases. They talked about that last year. Base building. Hopefully they'll talk about it this year.
At Cloud Imperium Games, we believe art inspires the best technology. And through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art. When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience every world. And not just in the building of the new planets for the Nix system. We will also go back through Stanton and Pyro and reimagine them through the lens of our technology. Previously, and more traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected, were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale for Star Citizen requires. We challenged ourselves to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level of detail. With Genesis, we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things. Biomes are now created based on the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found. So when you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there. It's now because it simply wants to be there. It fits inside our rules. Genesis also ties into our other gameplay systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create for our different datasets, like height maps, humidity, temperature, soil type, soil amounts, geology erosion data, to name but a few. This means you can now tell where to find valuable minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable for it. Where scree piles exist below sheer cliff faces.
Oh, dab it as well.
And where rocks have broken off over time due to erosion. Of course, these new tools still give us the ability to direct the look and feel we want. The attention to detail from the tallest mountain to the smallest flower is still our core DNA. With Genesis, we can now keep that detail-orientated mindset as we focus on the quality, and it provides the quantity. Genesis provides our planets with the ultimate sense of exploration and adventure, discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place, with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with, and where you want to settle down and build your home. Now I'm going to hand you over to Will to go deeper into what we have built that allows Genesis to realize our vision.
Take us deeper.
As a reminder, some of the visuals you'll see
But yeah,
will evolve
the idea is
and
that
change
they
as we
want
continue our technological
these
development
systems
and
so
hone
that
in
they don't have
on
to
the final
physically
look for
hand build
Nix.
everything. Otherwise, it would take forever. But they needed to be
Thanks,
good
Ian.
enough that it feels
So, in case it's not
handmade.
already clear, Genesis is our name for a group of
Nobody wants
technologies that
generic
are improving our
slop.
ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on planet tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our presentation last year. And instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx. So there are 3 planets in Nyx. Nyx 3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface. I don't really know. Nyx 2 is a yellow, toxic. It's got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system.
The hero planet.
Nyx 1 has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping forests and grasslands, and
Sounds like a
from
nice
damp,
place to build a
expansive
home.
wetlands to claustrophobic, festering swamps. These core biome concepts give us a fantastic platform to hone our technology, in some cases because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them. So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit. The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously, we had different data that drove the orbital and ground coloring. That's because the orbit was designed to look like vegetation that we'd place on the surface.
Planet
Ground
Vietnam.
coloring
Oh
was
my
trying to be a
god.
mix of soil, rock, and the organic compound coloring that forms the kind of colors there.
Nice one.
Now we author much more of the data in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look. We then assess the presence of vegetation and competition between different species on each part of the planet, and use that to blend in tones of green, including variations due to species health and the current season. This creates a far more complete image and allows you to identify features, geologies, and potential points of interest all the way from space.
It is crazy, like from space, like you can
Let's go down
see
to
the
the
surface and then
start with
fly
something
down to
closer to what
anything
you're
you can
used to,
see.
but in a whole new light.
Incredible.
When we approached the surface of the planet, we wanted to start by focusing on just the soil and rock. One of the things that was missing from our terrain previously was simply feature complexity. Looking at our contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called the medium tiles. These are intelligently placed on top of the existing 4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope, soil type, and other erosion data. And these medium tiles don't just create height changes, they also bring in local erosion data both for soil and bedrock size values. And this gives us a whole new level of terrain detail, of scale, and allows us to create far more unique locations across the planet. So now that we've nailed the surface, let's have a look at adding some rocks. We've now got 2 major contributors to the rock content of our planets. Firstly, long desired feature, cliffs. We are adding large scale, very detailed to all our cliffs based on the geology at a given location. This adds an exciting new dimension to steep slopes that we simply couldn't get before. The second is a big one for you ground vehicle enthusiasts. Rocks are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema, but only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell.
Hopefully they
Using
apply
physical
that to the old
data
planet.
generated for each large and medium tile, now rock distribution makes sense and has a physical basis.
Because
So if
there,
you're
this
still
is a
crashing
problem in
into
the old
them
planet.
after this comes out, that's on you. The rock assets themselves have had a glow up too. We now create rock sets related to a particular geology that look like they originated from the same source. And this ties into how we'll be distributing minables in much more interesting ways too. So now that our base terrain and rock scattering looks good, let's add some vegetations and explore some additional biomes.
And also all the
Next one's
races.
forests and grasslands
that people
are full
do.
of trees, various grass species,
The Daymar Rally.
rock formations, and they're found in all sorts of elevations like mountain valleys, open plains, and dense meadows.
Soil quality.
And when we start to add a bit of fresh water, they begin transitioning into more wetland-type biomes. And while forests are super cool, let's focus on the grasslands and wetlands today. So, how are we making these look so great? Obviously, we've had grass
Absolutely.
before, but never meadows of it. Because until now, we haven't been able to spawn grass in large enough quantities or effectively represented at distance. So we're stepping up our game in terms of spawning, shaping, and shading grass. With Genesis, we now leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities of assets across all biomes, whether it be dense meadows or more complex collections of ground cover like you can see in these wetlands. We are also able to fit our grass tiles to the
You said
ground by
GPU
conforming
spawning.
them to the unique terrain underneath. Now we can
So, more
finally cover
GPU.
complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets, and as a result they are now gravity aligned, meaning each blade is oriented as you'd expect and not sticking out like before.
Interesting.
Next, let's take a look at how we light our grass. Now, as in real life, the shading of a grass blade, or indeed a whole field of grass, is lit very differently to like a flat surface. We now use a solution that shades meadows of grass far more like fur or hair. And this, if you
Love they
think
keep
about it,
showing
makes
this
sense.
ship.
At a distance, a
The
field
Polaris.
of grass is far more like a carpet
I
or
own one of
cloth
those.
than a flat surface. This
So
improves
happy.
how our grass looks from a near perspective, as well as bringing us nicely into how we're solving the distant representation of grass. So let's talk about the distance problem.
Yeah, it's so important that the grass is
One
pointed
of our biggest
upwards.
achievements with Genesis is allowing us to build beautiful biomes out of flora and geology assets like a building set. Can I say Lego?
No.
Too late. But in the past, this broke down very quickly when objects simply disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20, 100 kilometers away. Because we don't hide planetary transitions and allow you to view complex regions from very large distances, there are almost infinite perspectives from which you can see a location in Star Citizen. So, how can we afford to
Almost
evaluate
expected to see a
complex
crop
spawning
circle
logic at runtime for the entire swathes of the planet? Enter the virtual terrain. Virtual terrain, or VT for short, is how we now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales. This has been the enabler for all of the lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown so
Okay.
far. And it's also how
This is
we
some real
now
behind the scenes.
evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance.
This is how they actually make it work.
When creating the VT
Without
for
melting
each
your
part of
computer.
the terrain, we assess if vegetation has covered the ground, and if so, what shading should be applied. For all of our biomes, we're now able to use the same shading model for the distant representation as the close-up asset, whether that's our lovely rolling hills, some more dramatic rockscapes, those muggy wetlands, or even our festering swamps. So yeah, we didn't forget about the swamps, and they're coming to Nyx 1 as well. Built using the
Oh, wow, with the
lessons
birds, too.
learned and all the technologies we've developed, these
Really,
swamps
really
now
beautiful.
spring into existence from the planetary data. This biome combines all of the elements from the other biomes we've shown you today, from water interaction,
Now I'm picturing
dense
Yoda.
spawning, unique ground coverage, and I think it creates something really unique.
What's that in the distance to the left? There was something there.
Anyway, that's our update on the Planet
Suck
Tech
me up out of
portion
the
of
ground.
Genesis and how we're using it right now to sculpt the identity of Nyx-1. And I hope you're as excited as we are to explore this and everything we haven't shared yet next year.
As you can see, Genesis is now inspiring everyone here to create planets of the quality and believability we've always strived for. A meeting of technology and art that I truly believe will set our worlds apart from anything we've done before. And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally.
Or like some old mining arm or
Up
something.
until now, our mission system has been specific to the star system you're in, meaning a Stanton mission has to take place in the Stanton system, and a Pyro mission has to take place there. We've never been able to link these together, but with the introduction of our third star system, it's time for this to change. And that begins with the introduction of interstellar cargo.
What are you talking about today?
System-to-system hauling missions. Hauling is back.
No one said Holly was gone. He doesn't even play the game.
These
But yeah,
are
space
exactly
hauling.
what they say on the tin. Missions where
Space
you're going to
trucking.
start in, say, Stanton and end in Nyx, taking various volumes of cargo between the stations. So there'll be high volumes of cargo that kind of fulfill the purpose for the Hull C and the other series of Hull ships. And there'll be a few sort of more direct routes.
So you might pick up some cargo from Ruin Station in Pyro and go through the jump point to Stanton and drop it off there at one of the Elios.
So if you've never sort of experienced the jump point or going through it, these missions will require you to. They're no way limited. You can do them in any sort of ship you want, any size of ship. I'll be doing them in my Drake cutter myself, between Stanton and Nyx.
Just a Drake cutter.
I've got a few ships, but the Drake cutter is really cute, so.
One thing that we're looking to add with these interstellar missions
flying porta potty
is
in my mind.
scripted combat encounters where you can be attacked by NPC ships. Maybe the mission giver has tipped off some pirates who are looking to get
I'm
a
not
hold of
bad
that
as a
cargo,
star.
as well as express missions, which means the deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling missions might get really tight and you've got to learn to be very fast. All of the love and care that has gone into hauling missions so far, with the logistical network and making sure they make sense within the themes of the systems, just as much love has gone into the interstellar missions we're making now.
At the start of the show, we said we was going to build out the Nyx system right in front of you after 4.4 launches next month, and why we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors so you can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own. We still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rockcracker. Okay, so Rockcracker, Jared, is our internal name.
Rockcracker is where you have to crack a rock. It's a big rock. You want more?
So way out into the Kiga Belt, you'll find these old QV breaker stations.
Wait, what?
These were originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids and mining them down. But since they've been mothballed and been left abandoned. So you're going to have to find your way inside and thinking about how do we bring this facility back to life. It's not just about flipping a switch. As you bring these stations back to life, you'll be lighting the beacon and calling attention to these long forgotten places.
I guess both
One of the
NPCs
main
and also other
features
players.
is the laser head, which will require certain things to get working. It's up to you and your friends to find how to get in.
There'll be a variety of options.
It's like
Whether you're
you and your group
discovering
of
the
5
bowels of
friends
the station and mining your way through
start
long-forgotten
fixing
tunnels,
up this whole thing. And then
or
a
you're going
group
through
of
the
like
main
15
laser
to 20
entrance.
show up and take over.
Now, as you're traversing through the facility, you'll find the old engine room. Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility. Maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
The secondary gameplay loop is FPS combat. You're not there by yourself.
There may be squatters and outlaws in these stations trying to stop you from what you want to do.
They gotta give us just some space hobos who are kind of like harmless, but like you could choose to execute them or not. Random space hobos.
So you found these old facilities.
They're kind of
You've
like
brought
crazy
them back
but
to
friendly.
life. You've systematically
neutral.
brought power to various functions of the facility. You've
Yeah,
activated
you
the
could be
laser.
occupants.
You've fired the laser.
Those people.
You've broken apart the rock. And then you'll be able
Oh,
to
wow,
fly
look
your
at
ship
that.
inside and see what's there.
Wow, fly your ship inside?
So you fly a ship into an asteroid.
Yeah. You just get into your ship
Like a giant
and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
Interesting.
I'm really excited about Rockcracker because it's a sandbox activity. You can kind of go to these whenever you want to.
This content is for players who enjoy mining, who enjoy exploration, investigation, and don't mind a little bit of FPS content while they're there.
It will be very new experience compared to any other asteroids because this one, kind of like Alan and mine, will crack open and show its secret.
And one presumes you can make a decent amount of scratch in an asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
It wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin. Yeah.
Making promises for the econ team.
Yeah. They've got to balance it.
It's for people who want a lot of minerals. When crafting comes in, when all the other mechanics and features that we want in the game for 1.0 come in, it will be a place where like an organization or a group of like 5-6 people could come and just get a monumental amount of minerals.
Okay. And that will come up and be
So,
important
that's a
eventually with
look at
crafting.
some of what's coming
and
over
base
the
building.
next 12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be
I'm
new
sure that
mission
we're gonna need
packs
all sorts of,
tailored
like,
to the People's
special
Alliance and their
materials.
struggles. There'll be events that invest you into the evolving storyline of all 3 systems we'll have in the game. And of course, when we begin populating these with new planets, there'll be a whole host of ground-based POIs, settlements, and structures inhabited by those trying
Wait a
to make
minute.
their way in the verse. And all of this in service of building star systems
It sounds,
that complement
hold
the
on, it
massive
sounds like they're
corporate
gonna
Yada
give us
Stanton,
the system,
the lawless ganking of Pyro, and now the
but
new
they're not gonna
frontier
give
of
us all the
discovery
planets
for the
up
Nyx
front.
system. Should I say ganking?
You already did.
Then it says as they add planets. So that's kind of worrisome.
Good job, everyone. So yeah, a whole lot to take in there. Interstellar hauling is the beginning of a massive expansion to the mission system that'll let us connect these 3 star systems like never before. What else we got? Rockcracker. Rockcracker is just one of the next operations that'll be coming to the Nyx system in the first half of next year.
Eventually, when
where we're
there's
gonna
enough like
fly into an
in-game
asteroid
events to
and
do,
that thing that miners love more
like,
than anything
it'll be
else.
fine.
Complain about PvP
But at
is getting
first,
in their
yeah.
way. No, I'm
Maybe
being
a
told
lot
it's
of PvP
mining.
from that.
It's mining. And of course, one of the most anticipated features coming to Star Citizen, Genesis, and what that means for the planets of Star Citizen, including the ones already in there. So let's talk to Will Hain and find out more. And I'm just remembering that Will Hain is in France at the watch party. Okay, France. Ask Slarty Bartfast over there how they're going to use Genesis to update the planets and moons of Stanton and get back to me, all right? And see if we can get some fjords. What else we got? The CitizenCon Digital Goodies Pack. That's a hard thing to say. That went up for sale a couple weeks ago and has a whole bunch of mysterious items in it. And that's where I can tell you now that almost all of them are tied to the Nyx system in one way or another. So let's find out what's actually in there. There's a gunship flight suit and helmet, 2 armor sets from that mysterious faction causing a ruckus with a van duel, and an Intersect BDU sweater and outfit, a couple of crazy weapons that I'm certain we're going to learn about in just a few minutes, some slick Levski swag, and finally, to celebrate the long-awaited addition of the Van Duel to Star Citizen, a cool Van Duel knife and adorable plushie, which I swear to love and squeeze and cherish forever. So yeah, it's a pretty solid haul for this year's Digital Goodies Pack, which you can still pick up right now on the RSI store. So now, let's go ahead and transition into our next segment. Much of what you see in the show today has been the culmination of a lot of people's work.
Something Polaris related.
All right, I had a dream about like this once. Yeah. Okay, so against everyone's better judgment, the thing has finally happened. Can I help you?
How do you think the show's going?
Good. We're getting the Nick Star system and the Van Duel are coming.
Kind of been a lot of Nicks, right?
Well, yeah, but it's a major milestone and it deserves a major showcase celebrating
They
everybody's
added
hard
him
work.
into the game.
You got more, right?
Interesting.
Well, yeah, there's spaceships coming out.
Cool.
Wow, it's like they only scanned the original community portion of me. If pictures steal your soul, imagine what face scanning in PCAP does.
Well, this has been super cringe. So I'm gonna head out.
Bye.
Oh, regular CitizenCon is still better. You should have done that.
Of course. Thank you. Part of me that isn't a soulless marketing puppet. All right. No. Let's just go to some spaceships, shall we?
Hi, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at CIG.
All right,
And welcome
everyone
to
loves
Talking
spaceships.
Ship, where we're going to talk about 3 new ships coming to the persistent universe.
These were kind of spoiled previously. But yeah.
The last year has been pretty hectic in terms of vehicle deliveries. I think we've delivered the most we've ever done in a 12-month period, and we've covered all the way from tiny little snubs all the way up to capital ships.
We've kind of filled out a few little gaps. We've introduced some new ships by some old manufacturers.
We had the Polaris come out, and obviously people have enjoyed playing with that.
There's well over 200
snuck
ships
the
in the
Idris
game.
without none of you expecting it for a while, and it's been a busy year. It's nice to start revisit some of the older catalogue and some of the bigger ships again.
I think my favourite ship from the last year is a tie between the Wolf and the Golem.
Favourite ship in the last year?
Over, but yeah.
I feel like it's the obvious one. I'm trying to think of something else, but I really like the Wolf.
Everyone's mentioned the Wolf. The Wolf's everyone's favourite.
The Wolf, obviously a return
Beautiful.
of Kruger, a completely new aesthetic to the game.
The Wolf was, it was kind of everything we set it out to be, and it revived an old manufacturer. We've not seen anything from a while, so yeah, I'm going to say the Wolf.
The Golem, I think, is just an incredibly well-formed ship in such a small package. It really just shows off that Drake aesthetic, giving you the absolute bare minimum needed to perform a role.
I honestly do really like the Zeus. I think it came out really well. It's kind of hard to pin down a favourite, to be honest, because we've released, a lot of really cool ships.
Next year, we've got some super exciting ships coming up. We're ticking off a few big ones, which is good. We're going to see, again, maybe some ships from some manufacturers that don't have that many in their lineup. There's a few big challenging ones starting, so they're good. A breadth of ships, should we say.
It'll be
The
useful
3
though,
new ships
Dirk.
we're going to introduce today
When
all
we get
tie in some way
atmospheric
to
flight.
the primary factions fighting over the Nyx system. We'll
The
start
flight
with the
control
People's Alliance
services.
and Anvil Aerospace.
A lot of ships are going to
Anvil
struggle
is a
with
very
atmospheric flight.
military-based brand. It's been a brand that's in Star Citizen for a long time, fighting for lots of military contracts and lore, often up against Aegis, and to the point it actually beat Aegis in the past. You will be familiar with a lot of their ships' designs, such as the Hornet and Lightning. Earlier this year, we introduced the Anvil Asgard, based on the Valkyrie chassis, which is an extremely popular offering. And this year, we're bringing the concept ship we introduced last year, the Anvil Paladin, to life. The Paladin is a gunship from Anvil Aerospace designed to support ground operations.
A gunship is a ship that's designed to stay in a sustained firefight while dealing a lot of damage, also taking damage.
We don't have a lot of gunships in the game that are true dedicated gunships. They are quite a tricky archetype to control in game without being too powerful. It's designed with a lot of firepower and high armor and health, but very low maneuverability.
It's Multi-crew, it's just built purely for battle. It's got lots of armor, lots of guns, big guns.
It's got a very similar squat kind of form to the Valkyrie. It kind of reminds me of, I guess, like a pit bull, obviously a very menacing silhouette.
It looks quite forward-weighted in its stance. It feels like it's coming towards you even when it's just sat still, and I think that's something that helps with it feeling intimidating.
If we swing round, following the ship round clockwise,
That's pretty
what
powerful.
we'll then see is the first of the side turrets. If you notice the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the hull exterior. That's because it has deployable armor, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover while you're actually attacking the target head on.
It's got these really nice kind of dual connected wings with the turrets out on the sides, just to try and give as much kind of range for those turrets as we can get.
Which is controlled by one of the two remote stations underneath the bridge. If we come around to the rear, you'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main turret of the ship, which is controlled by the co-pilot.
So you've got full 360 coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it, and then the side turrets also have 360 coverage that way around and 180 out sideways. So really you have, between the turrets, pretty much 360 coverage in all directions.
But it requires people manning those stations.
One of the
But yeah.
unique things about the Paladin is all the turrets are remote and all the crew are located in this one central two-story room.
A lot of our other gunships, the crew gets scattered across the ship, but with the Paladin, you're all sat together with a nice, cool experience, so you can really feel like you're playing as a group.
You've got the pilot, co-pilot up top, and you've got the gunners underneath, and I think that helps with the intention of what the ship does, because you've got this really nice kind of like gunner viewpoint down, kind of giving this lower coverage.
We added a glass floor just to keep the two connected. I think that really helps with the feeling that you're all working together and communicating.
That said, if you don't have the ability to fully crew a Paladin, you can still fly it and engage in combat solo.
Obviously not as good as if you have a full crew, but you can't always guarantee your friends are going to be online.
As a solo ship, it's pretty capable of doing a variety of missions within Star Citizen.
Well,
So if you
you
want to
just get
run
the
this ship
side
solo, you can take on combat missions that, say, other heavy fighters like the Scorpius or other ships such as the Drake Cutlass could do.
You'd be in a bad situation against players.
Coming aboard the Paladin, you enter into
of how
this sort
slow
of
it'd be.
armory, ready room area. You have a variety of
But
suit
against
lockers
NPC,
and
yeah.
weapon racks in this room.
Everything's very militaristic, stripped back, simple. It's a very functional space, but you'll find everything you need in there.
One of the improvements from the original concept is we've added a small dedicated cargo bay area, allowing you to store
Oh, nice.
actual SCU crates. Forward of that is the route to the lower gunners, and then upstairs
you can have supplies.
you have the bridge area, and then off that central area you have the dual living quarters, one on the left, one on the right, and then at the rear
That's
you
pretty
have the
cramped.
main sort of
Typical for a
engineering
military
area where
ship.
the majority of the components are. Also within the upper traversal area, you also have a little breakout area with seating, food machine, toilets, etc.
I think it's a very cool looking ship. I think we did a really nice job of taking what was there in the concept and adding an extra level of detail and trying to kind of push things forward.
I think it hits the nail in terms of a really solid military ship. It's really complementary to some of the other ships in the Anvil lineup, so something like the Valkyrie, where you've got this big dropship. You know, the Paladin's there just to make sure it's safe, make sure no one messes with you, and just basically scare people away.
The thing I like most, I think, about the Paladin is that it's very clearly got a crew of 4, and they all kind of work and operate under the same conditions. You know, the pilot, co-pilot, and the 2 gunners, they're basically all equal on the ship. There's one toilet, everyone's got the same style of bunk. When they're at work, everyone's at the front of the
One
ship
toilet.
together.
It's really odd to me that you called out, you like that there's one toilet for 4 people.
Well, you know, it's you all work together. You're all equal at work. You're
Toilet seat never gets cold.
Toilet seat never gets cold. Yeah.
So that's the Anvil Paladin. Whilst originally a military-built craft, it's the perfect ship for folks on the frontier trying to defend against threats. And talking of threats, let's move to our next ship, a replica from Hesperia.
I mean, that's pretty common. And in fact, a lot
Hesperia are
of
a
ships don't
high-end
even
manufacturer.
have
They specialize in
toilet.
recreating exotic and
It's a luxury.
particularly alien spacecraft.
Effectively what they're doing is they're remanufacturing them, making them a little bit more suitable for kind of human flight. And the latest offering from Asperia is the Vandal Stinger.
The Vandal are big, scary space aliens. They're like 7 foot tall,
gameplay
evil
demo they
war race
released to
that
us.
sort of take over, steal technology, absorb it, fuse it all together into their own needs.
They are the relatively nasty aliens that you sometimes
It's gonna
hear
be
about
super
and haven't
expensive.
seen much of yet. They also make really cool spaceships.
The Stinger as a Vandal heavy fighter was reserved for their higher tier sort of ace pilots or high-ranking members within their clans.
The Stinger is a competitor to something like the FA or, I guess, the Scorpius.
It packs a lot of firepower in quite a large frame, so it's a very, very tanky spacecraft. The firepower is almost unrivaled in terms of just both the number and the size of them. So it's there for players who don't want agility. They don't want to be in and out quickly. They want to be there brawling with big guns and taking all the hits. One thing Asperia have done differently with the Stinger is they have done away with the majority of the bespoke weapons.
They heard everyone's complaints about the glaive and blade and have stripped off the original Vandal weapons to allow customization for standard human weapons.
With the exception of the single size 5 gun.
Because it was too well integrated into the whole, even for Asperia to remove.
All the additional weapons are generic mounts, so they can be swapped with any of the existing lineup that we have in the game. By doing this, it provides greater flexibility to the end user, and this is something Asperia wanted for the civilian market. For that one bespoke weapon, the size 5 plasma cannon, functionally it is the same as the existing size 5 plasma cannons on the Scythe and Glaive, but it is a sort of Gen 2 model and wraps it in a different aesthetic compared to those models. You'll see they're very much older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal styling, but underneath it is the same weapon that people have used for years.
Okay.
Our job as the vehicle art team on the PU was to
I hope
take
it comes with
the
some
Stinger
special
from
guns,
the squadron
though.
team and prepare it for life in the PU. We took an opportunity to take, this really well-established
plasma
art style and, add extra details where needed.
So the exterior is a real blend of these kind of hard surface, kind of rare alloyed kind of wings, and then underneath this real kind of organic structure that kind of webs all of the ship together. It connects the thrusters in, it connects all the kind of underside of the vehicle and pulls the whole ship together.
So yeah.
You can tell it's very different from the Vandal ships
This
that
is
are
being
currently in the
quote-unquote made
PU.
by
If you take,
Asperia.
for example, the way the
They,
cockpits are constructed.
Up at the front, we've got this big
reconstruct
kind
old
of
alien
bubble
ships.
dome that gives the cockpit quite a unique shape compared to some of our other ships, and also gives the pilot a unique position within the
Yeah,
ship
really
and kind of gives
interesting.
great visibility out the front.
And a really
Boarding the
interesting
Stinger
HUD there.
is a little unusual compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear, and it leads you kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's, lots of organic
Oh, that's
detail,
creepy looking.
rib cages, kind of strange alien forms.
On entry of the cockpit, the seat kind of comes down towards you, and you kind of climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It
Wow.
feels very much like you're being carried inside the cockpit.
Into the traditional prone flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
I'm very happy with the Stinger. I think the team done a really good job of making something that feels different.
I wonder how
it feels
you
alien,
access the
but
components of
it
the
suits
ship.
our lineup of ships and it suits our universe.
I think the guys did a really good job of respecting the direction and vision from the original Stinger and Vandal ships and Squadron.
We've tried to take a lot of inspiration from movies and other science fiction material, but I think it sits well within the Star Citizen universe.
So we have the Paladin for the People's Alliance. We have the Stinger for people that really like Vandal and want to try and pretend to be them. But what about the other mysterious faction we have running around?
So Gray Chowdhury got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't, items that necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you
Narrative
wanted anyway.
director.
I think Gray is
So a lore guy.
interested in, happy customers. Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
So the Shiv, well, don't really know what it is, to be fair.
It's what happens when someone who is a genius at aeronautics and ship assembly is given free rein to do whatever they want. It's the best of whatever they can find lying around, put together to make something truly unique, wonderful, arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
At first glance at the exterior of the Shiv, I think most people will probably recognize there is more than a fair proportion of the Cutlass visible there, but it's had quite a few changes to it.
As you look a little bit closer, you'll start to pick out elements from other ships. You've got, main thrusters that are from the Valkyrie.
Even the bits that are obviously a Cutlass have had panels welded on, panels removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside where, again, it sort of feels Cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters. It's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters. It's upped its firepower.
As ever with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
There's like loose cables, panels are exposed.
Always
if you look carefully, you'll notice there are like tools laying around in the cockpit.
Existed before, but it's all completely brand new. And oh my God, that's the toilet?
Yeah, it's
a
one for doing
bucket?
stuff and you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It has very much taken that ethos of Drake and moved it down a level, which I think is
That's not
quite
the
an
end of
achievement.
thought we would see
Just
the
look
game.
at this thing. How do you even begin to describe the
Toilet
madness
bucket.
that created this? It's the Shiv.
This is something new and different for Star Citizen. Where did it come from?
I'm not going to answer that.
Just nothing. Just
no comment.
Gray goes to places and talks to people. I mean, there are just many ways to find these things that, I mean, are they legitimate, manufacturers? No. Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but, money's money.
It's good that it exists because it makes everything else look better.
It probably comes down to, don't ask where I got it, don't ask how we got it.
Don't worry about it. Just ask if you want it.
I think the Shiv is for someone that is
I wanna
looking for
destroy
something a
it.
bit different, a bit away from the norm, that just wants something that's unique.
It's definitely for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship, but it's also really strong, to be honest, and it's absolutely a statement.
I'm happy with the 3 ship offerings. They are obviously very combat heavy.
There's something we wouldn't
None of those
normally
ships are for
release
me.
all at once, but honestly, all of them are a different statement, and they're all
Where's
cool.
the luxury
As always,
fancy ship?
super excited to release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them. It's always fun to see the quirks and the shenanigans that people get up to with them. So that's Talking Ship for another year. So,
Yeah, you can do the thing with Lexi. Talking weapons.
So I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year. So we have to throw it over to Alexi for Talking Weapons, which is an extremely original name.
I'm talking about
Yes,
the new
wow.
edition that came out in October. The non-weapons are essentially the weapons that does not have a manufacturer, the weapons that you can think of that were made by space pirates.
Gray sells whatever he can sell.
Sometimes he gets his hands on some weapons that come from unknown origins.
He will sell things that no company
So is
in
this
their
going to
right
be a
mind
new
would ever
in-game NPC?
These are the most kind of like scrappy and taped together and the most kind of like
Sounds like-
pyro-ish weapons that you can think of.
Right now we're releasing 3 new weapons. Rocket launcher, the LMG, and the long-awaited Space AK.
I think this is the one that
Give me swords.
not only is the most in demand, but I've been politely badgered about the most.
They already
It's
have a
fun rifle
katana
that basically fires
model in
energy
game.
and ballistic in sequence. So your first shot will be your ballistic, your second shot will be the energy. You'll see on the top of the art,
That's weird.
there is a bolt that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy shot. And that is just like a really fun way of making a weapon
Weird.
work in kind of like a scrappy, glued together kind of aesthetic.
Gravity hammers, yeah.
The LMG, this
But
thing is
weird.
a really fun, slow firing, hard hitting beast.
It will bring the 50 cal, and the only other weapons that have this right now in the verse are the Bearing Sniper Rifle and the Coda.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you just instant tier 1 injury, back to medical.
Are you even trying anymore?
You know what? We made all these really complicated, fancy guns, and some people just want, I want a slow firing rifle. Give me a scrap together box that fires the biggest thing you can possibly find.
We don't have a rocket launcher of this caliber. It will
And the
be
crossbow,
three
that's
grenades
right.
straight together that you pull
He was the crossbow. It's already
into the
modeled
tube
fully.
and fire towards your enemies. The cool part about it will have an arming distance, so you will not be able to just point it towards an enemy.
It's also going to have a lot of spread. So essentially, you're going to have to get very close with your launcher to be able to blow up ships with a single payload in it. You can't actually aim with the apparatus, because you've got the tube on your shoulder, and you try to aim it, you'd have to physically put the tube in your head. So we were like, oh, we can't have an aim apparatus for this. And then we realized, like, it's in the spirit of being a tube that you can't use the aiming apparatus, and you just kind of like, all right, I think that's the middle of the screen, I'm going to hit it.
It's in the spirit of being a tube.
Are we gonna talk about binoculars?
Binoculars?
Binoculars are really cool. We don't have anything like this in the verse, and I
Which was also
think it
kinda
will be
spoiled
really
recently.
convenient to use something that's dedicated to look for the things, especially far away, instead of using your sniper scope, for example.
It was cool features of it.
I'm not aware of this one. Probably not, because binoculars are not something that you need to be aware of.
It's really funny because obviously, due to glint gate, as you know, I beautifully internally call it, basically there was a lot of community feedback basically saying like, oh, I really like spotting people. I really like playing a spotter. And essentially I was like, oh, this community wants to be able to spot people from distances. And what can we make gadget-wise that doesn't require new features? And it was like, binoculars. And I prototyped a thing which essentially was just a scope in a hand, and it worked. So we've got some really cool binoculars coming that allow you to spot people from distances.
And how much damage do the binoculars do?
Depends on how you throw them.
Binoculars are the coolest thing
Thanks,
here.
Alexi and Zach. That's the end of this
But
segment for this
second-
year. So that's talking ship and
I would
weapons,
say-
unless anyone else is going to come and tell me something else.
The heavy
It's
machine
been an
gun is
exciting
pretty
year,
good.
and I think the next year of ships is going to be even more exciting and expansive than this year.
Yeah, I was hoping for something more like integrated targeting. Or something where it automatically put a box over things. That would have been nice.
Well.
But we'll take what we can get.
That is an eclectic bunch of combat ships for the verse, and they're all available right now up on the
What I really want is some
RobertSpaceIndustries.com
cybernetics.
store. Also, any minute now, there's going to be a PTU drop that includes all three, so you can fly them now ahead of their release next week when Alpha 432 goes live. 3 combat ships. I wonder if they'll have any additional uses coming up later in the show. That's a hint. All right,
So we're not getting
what
the
else
ships
can I
immediately.
shill? Oh, there's merch.
They're coming with the next update.
We've got these cool new Levski desk mat things. These are always popular. There's some Levski metal posters on the store, and of course, love them or hate them, but you can't avoid them. There's this cool new Wickelo's Emporium t-shirt.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. There's also a page
I'm not a
published
fan of
earlier
the
today
venue.
with a bunch of links to offerings from our third-party partners, from eye trackers to gaming chairs to voice packs to spaceship models from new partners like Planet Ring and Pigeon Spaceport and more. You can find all of that on the RSI website as well. And what else can I show?
Okay.
Oh, for those of you who are at watch parties.
Trip models could
those
be
who are at
fun.
watch parties. Where is it? Challenge coins. Who doesn't love challenge coins? There's these lovely Levski-themed challenge coins if you're attending one of the 9 official watch parties around the world. There's also a digital one of these in the goodies pack, so you check those out. Don't leave today without getting your Levski challenge coin. All right, what else can I shill? Now I'm kind of tired of shilling. All right, let's
How much do you think
find out
those are
some
gonna
more
go
about
for
where
on
we
eBay?
are. Simon, can we move? Can we do? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Okay,
How much
here we
for a
go.
challenge
Pardon
coin, do you
me.
think?
Excuse me. Hi, how you doing? That was my best angle. Hey, I gotta be careful. Last year I took 3 steps and tore a muscle. All right, so this is the 9th floor of CIG Manchester's Manchester office. That's
That must be, I guess, yeah.
This is the room where we have lunch
kitchen
every
area.
day, and if you get here early enough, croissants, if the weapons team hasn't stolen all of them. Over here, we got some cool mannequins representing different aspects of the game. You got the ever-present, Hurston security armor over here. That's really cool. You got your Dusters armor right here. You got this guy from a game that we're not talking about
Camel?
today. Marine armor, yeah, it's all pretty cool. And then when you come over here, got a nice little recreation area. There's some sim pits over there for people who need to test that kind of stuff. We got this cool Krigeri Bengal carrier. Come over here, shoot it. Go down the nose here. Watch this. It's very cool. I'm gonna go over here.
This is what we paid for.
Can you see me?
But that looks awesome.
Hi, Mom.
That is incredible.
All right. So yeah, and what are you doing, Richard Towler? All right. I thought John went to Washington, D.C. Let's see, what else we got? We got cool Voyager bar here. This is where we get all kinds of breakfast goodies, coffee, stuff like that. Hey, who remembers the big coffee controversy of 2016, where everybody took to Reddit and pondered the question, do devs deserve coffee? I do. You want to see what next year's big controversy is? Check this out. I'm gonna come over here. Do devs deserve coffee? Welcome to the Stargarita machine. Yeah.
What? So the developers get margaritas while they're
Do
working?
devs deserve frozen deliciousness? I don't know. Go to Reddit and let us know. All right, let's see. Let's go over here. Competition. Competition winners. We have the list of competition winners. Can we put that on the screen? Yeah, sorry, competition winners. Remember the competition for the CitizenCon winners? The people made the videos, and we gave them a Kruger L21 Wolf. We actually have the names. They're behind me. Look. Oh. All right, that's cool.
Oh, Jesus.
Also, everybody's got food. Do I have food here? Oh, somebody's supposed to save me pizza. All right, so we got. Oh, you guys saved me a lot of pizza. Let's see. There's like 3 different kinds of pizza here. What if we just combine them into like a challenger situation here? That's a CitizenCon throwback if you're not familiar with. So I have now crafted my own pizza experience. And that is a terrible segue into our next segment.
Really?
Can we,
Yeah.
there?
Give us crafting. Give us space
Can we
building.
fire up the FPS crafting segment while I try to chew this off camera?
We sure can. Roll, BT.
Star Citizen, at its heart, will always be an enormous sandbox experience.
But geez,
where you
margarita
can set out
machines.
to tackle the universe in whatever
People are
ways
going to be talking
you
about
want.
that for years.
But that doesn't mean we can't shape parts of the universe here and there to better suit our needs. That goes for both you and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting is going to change everything from resource gathering, refining, and even combat when it comes online in the next few months.
First version of crafting is going to be quite small in scale. We're going to use it as a kind of a concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the initial UI, the flow of gathering materials that have different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
The first version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor. For Star Citizen, crafting is our primary progression mechanic. Star Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships, we have gear,
That's right,
we
you
have
don't have
things
skill
that you create in the world,
points.
you perfect, you research, you
You
improve.
just have materials.
And those items, those ships,
Gear.
those vehicles, the armor and weapons,
And your own
that's how you
personal
progress in Star Citizen.
Personal skills.
Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items, it's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
And yeah, this will give a
Crafting
reason
the
to
weapons,
mine
you'll be
besides
able to
just
have some quality
trying to make
materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft, and the different attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore, it's iron ore of the quality that you know will get you the stats for the item that you desire. And it's not just mining, it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you're collecting, you can see what you have, you can order it better, you can understand what you have in your
this is a
inventory.
new inventory UI we don't
We
have
won't
yet.
have the new refining crafting system yet. We'll be using the existing ones. Those will pass the quality through into the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal items. Once you have your blueprint and your quality materials that you've refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator. This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's CitizenCon with the
Cheat mode
UI
enabled.
letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you're happy with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to
Where do I
craft,
get the dev
and it'll
version of
get
the game?
queued up, and your result
cheat
will be
mode.
produced sometime later. You'll be able to get the new crafting machine from shops in most landing zones. You'll be able to bring it up on your freight elevator and use it
I
in
don't
your
think
personal
so.
hangar, or tractor beam it around and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
There'll be a small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops. You'll be able to increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe a gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects or incoming fire. You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release. We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so
Yeah, they have
valuable
to keep
for
making
us
small
as
steps.
devs to kind of get the metrics in,
So we'll get
the feedback in, because
research later.
then we can make the changes that, you know, they only become obvious, so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data and mass amounts of users using it. So I'm very excited to get it out in the wild.
It's our intention to get crafting out on tech preview by the end of the year and get the testing we need so we can release it when it's ready.
It's our intention.
So that's one way you'll be crafting your own experiences in the Star Citizen universe. But what about us? Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen in 2026. Why are we doing it, and how will it work? So if you've played any content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere. Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro. But like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size. There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience. So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing, this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other. It's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content. So that said, how will it work? Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangars, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see.
It's good
the
for helping to
transition
find
is
balance
just
in the
like a
game.
dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join in open instances that has a number
But
of
yeah,
slots.
in the open
and so
universe,
some of those areas
you
will
can
be
basically
completely
attack
instanced
anybody.
on different
But there
servers.
is,
This allows us to
you know,
leverage the compute power of the
a
entire
crime
mesh.
system in
The
prison.
closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangars currently. Let's go and find out what one of our first instances will be.
I wonder if
Siege
Left
of
Seat's gonna have
Arisen
its
was an
own
event we
special
did
prison.
previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands of Arisen.
Probably not at first, but
This
it
was a
should.
high-paced, high-intensity event, but it struggled a little bit from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for
This is
you in a small
exactly
group
what I was hoping
to
for.
work through that activity.
I had talked about
It
this.
is an event
I was
that I
hoping
had
that they were
the
going to fix
honor
this
of
up.
pretty much
That's my
solely
favorite
designing
event.
and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF puts the call out for volunteers because basically the Nine Tails have taken
Siege of
over
Orison.
sort of a cluster of
is so
floating
great.
platforms in Orison.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take
It's a
back
great
control. So in our current thinking,
stage
Siege of Arisen
mission.
is designed for about a 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or
And
your
it
org
really
will go in. You'll all have sort of
benefits to
dedicated
have,
roles. Some of
medical
you might be the
personnel,
tank who brings in the heavy weapons
which is one of
and
my
sort of pulls the
specialties.
fire. Some of you might sit at the back and be the sniper and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance easier. Some of you will be the medic who sole job is going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of them. And
No, it's not
some
about
of you will be
surviving
the
and
people who
looking
push
them
for the objectives to
and
try and get
reviving
sort
them.
of
It's
most of
about-
the mission done.
it's about
The event
medicating
was
them to
designed for
keep
about
their
15 to 30
injuries
people, but when we
under
released
check.
it, we fixed the
'Cause
problem
you can't
with
just heal them
two
at any
DGSs on one server that was fighting for
With a bed.
resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for.
It was a massive operation at the time. I think that bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was
Absolutely.
a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event that you could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at
And they
Siege,
could
how we can
automatically
make it
tailor
a
it.
more approachable piece of content.
I'm excited to say the least to bring back Siege of Orison to Star Citizen and to sort of have it be one of the first tests that we have for instancing and really get it back to sort of a core experience point where it should be.
This is really great.
So while The next season is quite heavily focused on Nyx. I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other two systems of Standard and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the player's life in those two systems.
Ninja Warson is like a long experience going from platform to platform. And if you get more than a tier 3 injury,
and while things like Genesis, Interstellar Hauling, Crafting, Siege of Origin, and more
then
will
you either
reveal
manage
next
it
year,
medically
will continue to bring
or
life
go all the way
into
back to the
existing
start and
universe
leave.
outside of Nyx. There's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an
Sounds
earlier
great.
look than
It's
normal,
very
and
serious
some of
that
it
way.
is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of
Possibly, Slav.
2026 and what it means for progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our Building
We'll see.
Interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it
I
will
think
be
he's
found
happy to not
deep
have that stream
within
now.
the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works.
Ooh, back to Levski.
So inside the facility, you'll find huge vaporization chambers, old processing
Huge
plants,
vaporization chambers.
industrial
Time
tunnels,
to get high.
and eventually into the old turbines, which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see in I-18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and more structural plays, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working. Everything's going to quite literally. And so the player is tasked with their group, most likely, to go into there, take out the outlaws, and get the
Maintenance
facility
work?
working again.
Interesting.
So let me get this straight. This is literally
solving.
a mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to turn on the air. Air is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but they have maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit more exciting than just going into some vents. It's like a 3-layered system where there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven
engineering
and
repair.
repeatable. Everything from mining to salvage to combat to investigation, a variety of roles. Narratively, it's a real sandbox. Every progression you do will unlock a new area that will link back to previous areas, complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more
What are these
gameplay around
early,
landing zones
videos?
for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
It's going to allow
'cause it's
players
instanced,
to
right.
return back to it at different states, depending on how much you've progressed, and be able to keep it going
That's
until
pretty
you've
nice.
reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them in faster and faster times as well.
So that's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay, is that it for me at this point, Jared?
Almost. Throw it back to me, and I've got one more for you after this.
Back to you, Jared.
Uh-oh. What's the last thing gonna be?
Everybody's really excited about the year ahead. So that's a brief look at some of the ways in which we're allowing you and our developers to craft a more curated Star Citizen experience. Now, at this point in the show, we are in the home stretch. We've got only one more segment to go. But before we do that, we wanted to check out, we said earlier in the show that we would look at what you were saying during the show. We looked at how to put YouTube comments on the stream, and it was immediately apparent that we were going to lose our broadcast license, so we're not going to do that. We did find some social media stuff on Twitch, though, or not Twitter, X. What is it called now? Let's see what this says. Let's see, we've got Welcome Back Levski from, I'm not wearing my glasses. Oh, no. Oh, time to suit up, let's go get him, says Ubu. I really should have worn my glasses. Cue the bagpipes. That's the other game, Charlie Oscar. Let's see.
Okay.
Nice to see you live, Jared. Mom? Let's see. First CitizenCon after playing for
somebody named
almost a decade
Chalky.
in Austin. Oh, nice. Straight
My
out of
dad is
Flesher,
his mom's
back to the
name
Hex. Photos from
is Chalky.
Leicestershire. How do you say it? Is that Leicestershire? Leicester? Leicester? I've only been in the UK for 3.5 years. At San Jose Bar Citizen Watch Party. Oh, somebody created a lovely Vandal mask there.
That's a horrifying
Sean
looking
Tracy,
Van
can we
Duel
get that in
mask.
game? Just that, exactly. Just scan that, put that in
Horrifying.
game. All right, so that's a few reactions we're seeing on social media right now. Before we get to our big finale, or the thing we're going to wrap up the show with today,
Chalky,
I do
oh
want to
yeah,
talk a little
Chalky.
bit about big CitizenCon
Officer
versus
Chunk.
digital CitizenCon versus what we're doing today, which is CitizenCon Direct. Every year, CitizenCon is a monumental task for any number of people, whether that's development, marketing, the support teams,
chat
the
down there.
platform teams. Everybody comes together to make this thing happen and go off, hopefully without a hitch. And so far, we've been doing all right, other than some stuff in the room here. You know who you are. They had to know. But doing CitizenCon is not always the easiest thing for our developers. You might not assume this, but most game developers are not social butterflies. They tend to like to sit quietly in the dark at their computers, like little goblins, and just make digital virtual worlds like this. And then I come in all happy and like, hey, you want to be on video? And they're like, no. And I'm like, it's in your contract. And they're like, oh yeah. So we thought, we usually do it behind the scenes afterwards, but we thought we'd do a little bit of it here. The folks in the editorial department put together a brief montage of some of the more candid moments from the filming of CitizenCon over the last couple of weeks. So we're going to spend 2 minutes and take a look at that. Let's see what they put together. How many CitizenCons have you performed in now?
Performed? Just the one. Nope, my first one.
One last year.
2.
A few.
8 or 9?
Maybe 9 or 10.
Never.
Man, I don't know, man.
Did you like doing it?
Yes, I was completely terrified.
It was good, a bit stressful.
The first live one, I was a mess.
Weird combination of going from insane highs to insane lows.
Live ones.
Because?
It's over.
The live ones are pretty special.
Pre-samp's always fun, but the live events are special, aren't they?
Remember we were at that weird crack house in Ancoats?
Right.
I like the live ones. Oh, I mean, I love these digital ones. These are the best.
Every time I've done it, it has been a digital one, and I'd like to do one on stage.
Is it because you have a restraining order against you, or?
Didn't know if I was going to be sick, if I was going to lose my stomach.
How hard is it to keep your eyes open on stage?
That's another problem with the lights. They're kind of, I'm realizing through this sentence that I'm closing my eyes as I speak. Do I do that a lot?
I am a very shy individual,
No,
so
Jesus.
this is me just trying to get out of my shell.
Getting the crowd to react to the ideas that we've been working on for so long.
We can react. Watch. Everybody. Yay!
I can feel your passion from here.
Cut the camera. Counting you down in like, you've got 30 seconds. I'm like, do I stand up? Do I sit down? Do I drink? Do I not? Do I talk?
This will be the best one yet. That's right.
There's no way this is going to be the best one yet.
Is this all supposed to be
That
useful
guy's a fool.
content? 'Cause I could
Fire
do
him.
different.
Of all your nicknames, why is Moist Master your favorite?
I think you mean least favorite, and because it has the word moist in it. I mean, come on.
We'll give you a new nickname by the end of this.
Sounds good. Could do
All
with
right,
one.
Let's get started.
So for those of you watching at home or at the watch parties, you're like, why are we showing that? I put that in there because I'm eternally grateful for all of the CIG staff and developers who take the time to appear on these things, whether it's ISE, SCL, CitizenCon, walk on stage, be pre-recorded. It's not the easiest thing for everybody. And on behalf of the community, if I can speak for them in this regard, I want to say thank you for participating in these things each and every year that we have them. Now, let's wrap things up here. So, let's see, how do I want to do this? At this point, we've only got one major story left to tell. But before we do that, we wanted to do one more check-in on something we started last year. Last year, Rich Tyler took the stage and presented his roadmap to 1.0. And we didn't want to go an entire year without talking to the senior game director himself to get his update on that 1 year later. So we're going to throw it to him, and we're going to go to our last segment. And when we come back, we'll say our goodbyes. And if you're at a watch party, it's time to get... I was going to say, that's not a word I can say on the camera. Let's just go. Let's just throw it back to me. Go to me from 1 week ago.
You're on the watch party, it's time to get sloshed.
Last year, Senior Game Director Rich Tyler took the stage and revealed our plan for 1.0. Now, before we end this year's CitizenCon Direct, we wanted to take a few moments and follow up on that reveal from last year, to do as we've done today and look at the year ahead. So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Well, fortunately nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these not just sit as their own moment in time, but move us forward on this road to 1.0?
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations, mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all of the content that was going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bones, should we say. And I think that's where this year has moved us towards that goal. If you think about previous events of previous years, they've generally been locations that we've put into the verse, but they've been transient. We've taken them away, like Siege of Orison or Zenithreat. We've added them to game, and then they've been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the world that not only have their own story, as when we release them with the patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas that the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Since we're on story, I'm going to stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring their own story to the verse, and that'll never change. But how important is it that we also build this concurrent narrative of our own, this crafted experience, if you will, alongside that?
Well, we're trying to create a living, breathing universe. And that includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together. But it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real life locations. And if you look throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards, we've had an overarching story that's moved from patch to patch, and we're going through some of those cycles right now. We've also been introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue and facial animation, which allows us to inject some of the meaning and the why to what you are doing as a player. And I think story is integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey throughout the game.
to see this big turn this year to start injecting story into the verse. I think people are really responding to it. So everybody knows, and you mentioned just now, that this year we changed a whole lot about how we operate and how we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well. I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year at the beginning of January was patch always goes. And I think this year has seen a different development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it all the time, playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not have been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example is this year for A Line of Mine. People probably don't know, but A Line of Mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal the sandworm Valakar. And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game. So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin. And we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits. And like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning, in FPS, the new quantum, to inventory, engineering,
we need FPS radar.
And crafting. And all of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players to get their hands on. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features.
Don't just say
But I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a bit about the year before. And the year before has been, I've said this before, I've said it internally, I've said it out there, I'm going to say it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen ever, and I'm willing to look right into the camera and say that. The player numbers are up, engagement numbers are up, the length of the play sessions are up, bug numbers are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year. But CitizenCon isn't CitizenCon without talking about the future, so I want to move us to the future. We've talked about story, we've talked about this more diegetic, immersive universe and adding voice lines and stuff
They used
like
to give numbers.
But where do we
And
go
then they
from
were wrong
here?
always.
Obviously that continues, but what more are we going to do to make this universe seem alive and real and breathing?
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be two-way. So if you think about this year, like you mentioned, we've been having fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions and those NPCs, they're talking to you, they're talking at you. Right. You don't get to talk back to them. Now, obviously, you get to interact with them through your actions, you get to go and do their mission, and you get to move that along, and then they talk to you again. But it's a one-way conversation.
We're missing that conversation wheel.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something that we're going to be working towards very soon, with Battaglia being the first one coming back in the verse. And just to be clear, we will be bringing all the mission givers eventually back, and we want them to be
Because they already existed in game.
The verse and the story that players go and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought to life, and as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of. And obviously, the full end goal is towards, you know, to have cinematic stories in the game, and that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make, is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult to see why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards, and that's what we're going to be moving forward with every patch next year as well.
And remembering when mission givers were first introduced, they sometimes became a bottleneck. Is there a role in instancing, which we learned about earlier today? Is there a role for instancing in that, in helping with mission givers?
Yes, partially. It will be one mechanism that will allow us to have players go to their own individual area of the verse, have that conversation, and then go and continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said
Yeah,
that.
they fit
because
the 2 hour
That's
mark.
one of our last topics I want to get to, is how we reconcile instancing with the persistent universe. Like, for the last 10 years now, we've been building this giant, seamless, persistent universe where everybody can come in and play together. And it would be easy to have a first instinct reaction to the idea of instancing and say that's antithetical to everything that Star Citizen is. But you mentioned last year these 3 pillars of building Star Citizen in the PU, and I want to, you said nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those 3 pillars again, and how does instancing fit within the greater design of Star Citizen?
So the 3 pillars I mentioned last year were open world. That's just like the missions you love today. You can go and play, there's other players there, and you can go and enjoy that together. Then we have instancing, which I'll talk about more, but similar to municipal works that we've talked about previously. And then the 3rd pillar was dynamic content, which would be content that's generated by the activities of the players. And I think it's very easy to become myopic around one specific thing when we're talking about it a lot, when it's the next stage of our development. And I think you could reverse it. If we'd have made a game that was all instance, and then I'd come on camera and said, hey guys, we're going to start doing it open world, it would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new North Star that's going to take us this way? And it's not. It's just one more tool that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and engage in. Now, when I talk about instancing, instancing isn't always what you'd imagine as a solo instance experience where it's only just you. We're going to have several different versions of instances. Some are going to be closed instances, which will be like the new player experience. Will be able for you to go in by yourself, for us to teach you the ropes in a safe environment so that you can understand how to play the complex game that we've made. But we'll also have open instances,
does not currently
like
exist.
a cantina or a bar, where we might say, hey, we only want 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers and we've got other NPCs for you to talk to, and you would just walk in and it would be seamless. You wouldn't know that there was an instance, it's not going to get a loading screen, you would just seamlessly walk into that location, it would be full of other players and NPCs, and you can go and enjoy the content. And that's, I think, something that instancing is going to provide us. It's going to give us a tool to offer different dynamic content, or curated content, as I'd say. It allows us to create experiences that are different to the open world experiences that we've already made. And it's not to say that we won't continue our open world development or only do instance content. It's going to be a mix. And like I said, this is one of the pillars that will move us towards 1.0. We will eventually work on dynamic content that will move us towards 1.0, and all 3 of those pillars will interweave to create the full Star Citizen experience.
All right, so we've hit a lot of the bigger topics, the feature work, engineering, and FPS crafting coming to tech preview soon, stuff like this. We've talked about instancing and how that's going to work within the universe. But I want to ask you this one last big one. It's very easy to say Star Citizen is this kind of game and that kind of game. Those of us who spend our days making it know better. It's an everything game. It's everything we can make it game. It just is. But at the core of this is still spaceships. That life of spaceships. What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into Star Citizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy in the universe. For example, right now I know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. We're going to be working on refueling missions. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV,
He's basically
as
just
well as ground vehicles,
reassuring us.
all the way up to the large capital ships. We want to give them
of what we've
purpose.
been
And I think it's something that we
told
are
and
absolutely
have
aware
expected
of.
the whole
We want to
time.
make sure that we're building that spectrum of content to allow players to go and engage in. And I think 2026 is going to be a very good year for Star Citizen. And I think there's going to be something that's very interesting and something that a lot of people have been waiting for. But rather than me spoil it, I'll let Ian and the team go into the details on that.
He had a twinkle in his eye. Ian, take it away.
Squadron 42?
So the persistent
Base
universe
building?
has existed for over 10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems, we've added hundreds of locations, we've added lots of mission activities for different purposes: combat, cargo, mining, salvaging. But for combat ships, the only thing you've been able to do is fight other combat ships. In 2026, this changes. We're going to be delivering a spaceship-focused activity space which incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles. These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process, and it's going to come online about mid next year. But we're really excited about the content we're creating, so we want to share with you a super early look at what we're building in a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
Tactical striking groups.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing in the Nyx system.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station and run it into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
When you arrive, you will have this big asteroid.
That's a lot of people.
Broken asteroid, and on this you will have this space where you will find 3 big arms. You will see at the middle, you will have this big energy core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
So while one part of your group is dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
But just taking into account the 3 capital ships.
This station has been outfitted to
I mean,
resist all of the obvious ways.
And assuming engineering is
Somehow they've
in,
incorporated Vandal
that's
capital
like
ship
30
killing
players
turrets.
at least.
These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
Your Polaris and your Idris, if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat, and not everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
You have to send out your best pilots to navigate the superstructure and take down anything that may damage your bigger ships. So at this point you're thinking, destroy the turrets. But it's not that easy. This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage. Your missiles won't do anything, your lasers won't do anything, your ballistics won't do anything to them. But like everything, they do have a weakness. You have to cut the power to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them and you have to destroy them.
I think it would have been
But
better
it may not
if
be as easy as it
they
seems.
can
Here's our first
take
wrinkle.
damage.
The power relays have their own
There should be
shields that
multiple
are
ways to
resistant
destroy
to
them.
energy-based attacks.
We know
A
how
smart
much
way
you like
and
using laser repeaters, but so
slow,
do these
but
guys.
still possible way.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here. That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
Once the power relays have been taken down, the station opens up.
And this is where things get really cool.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Yeah, you, in your ship, fly into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that?
I feel like this is a proud dad moment. Thank you, Jared.
We're just going to call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Trench run.
You're not taking the capital ship in there.
So as you enter the structure, you'll see cooling units along the sides that you'll need to take out. There's 3 arms to the station that have these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll move out another trench.
You're either gonna do it multiple times, or you need to bring friends.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
There are objects to avoid. You're going to have to be able to dodge. You're going to have to move quickly. You need an agile ship.
Why wouldn't you have to move quickly? I haven't seen any evidence
Because
of
the
anything
shield
that
generator
says you
that
should
you're
move
targeting
quickly.
is emitting lots of distortion damage.
So once the cooling units are out, that exposes
Looks
the
like you should
core
just
to
take your
overheat,
time and go
which
slowly.
means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station. This core is armored and just takes a whole lot of damage.
I can imagine you having to get out in a hurry.
Once the power core goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital ships can get closer. Why is that important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
This is where we're gonna get our new feature in, ship hangar refueling and rearming. You're gonna be able to land in the hangar of select ships and be able to use the same interface as you are right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like the Idris and the Polaris
Yeah,
and
this is
other
where,
ships
like,
that
we
are
might
designed to
join
have other ships land inside them.
Nargos's fleet.
Of course, it'll be more than
We
just
would
those
come
2
in my
ships, and you'll
Polaris
find out more
and,
once we get closer to release.
you know,
But
we'd have
this is a
fighter
really
pilots
important
and
feature that
whatever.
we're really excited to get out.
And support them.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance has an Idris there that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to set back up and head back out.
And it's a good thing that you've rearmed and refueled too, because now another group of ships is coming to attack the People's Alliance Idris. So while the fighters are protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
Now you've got to take a fire team in. You've got to land, you've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station. After you've opened the doors and that person's taken off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
So up until this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
The Van Duel neighbors who really don't like these guys for some reason will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not going to discriminate between
Oh,
you
great.
and the station. They're out for blood. When you alert the Van Duel by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable, you're on a time limit. Van Duel are coming, they're going to come hard, they're going to keep coming, you're going to have one hell of a fight.
we would come with our own Polaris. We'd spread out our groups eventually.
Tactical strike groups. I'm personally so invested in this. So throughout 2025, we created a variety of content. Some of it was very focused on FPS combat. So personally, driving a more vehicle-based experience was very important to me. This is a defining statement that I want to do in 2026. We're a spaceship game. There are prized possessions. They're the objects we fall in love with. This is the content we want to create, which creates scenarios and roles for you to use those spaceships. We won't get to all roles initially, but we should see this as a landmark, a position where we can see a gameplay space which incentivizes the use of different ships and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles. And in the future, we can use this to expand on. So I hope you're all just as excited as I am for tactical strike groups. They're gonna be fantastic.
I'm happy for this. It's gonna be great. But how are they gonna reward us for all this? What do we get for all that work? That's a good question, isn't it?
Okay.
Given the number of people involved, how is it shared?
Why do you still have the puppet? John, come home. All right, so tactical strike groups. It's been a long road for the last 10 years. The PU's been around. We've done lots to build stuff for mining ships and for salvage ships. And as Rich said, we're currently building out even more for those. And our first refueling missions coming online in 2026. But combat missions. Oh, hi, Aaron Roberts. Aaron Roberts. But finally having enough of the foundation in place that we can begin to build real spaceship operations, in any other MMO they'd call dungeons. It's really exciting for me, and that's why we're ending the show this year with that. So yeah, that's been CitizenCon Direct. Thank you for taking the time to share this with us. Again, this is just a glimpse at some of what's coming in 2026. I've seen the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. You're spoiling everything.
42.
I promise, we ain't. So before we let you go, that's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as with every CitizenCon, the last word shouldn't be mine. It should belong to our founders and CEO. So take it away, Chris Roberts.
I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking for the near future. Of course, we're not going to spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority. These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue. And of course, to all of you for making all this possible with your support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I and the team appreciate every day. We are very lucky to be allowed the time and the money to build a game of all of our dreams, something that is only more apparent as the video game business becomes more monolithic. We are one of the few large independents left standing, and there is no way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game and take the time to achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all in the verse this coming year.
Okay. I guess that's it. CitizenCon Direct. Yeah, so yeah, what else to say? We'll jump into Star Citizen, and, get a nice little taste of that to go with our little video presentation we watched. I feel like they really should have touched on base building. They spoke so much about it, last year that I really feel like it was missed for them to not touch on it this year. I mean, they made such promises with that. And then maybe something more concrete about the crafting. They showed us potentials with crafting. Like, they could have given us, like, some dates. They could have given us some proper UI. What we saw was, like, a cheat menu. Developer cheat menu. So, I mean, it sounds like we're gonna get some of that next year. But, I feel like they could have done more. Distribution rate seems great. Or I mean the deeper facility repair work or whatever. Seems interesting. Overall, I mean, good stuff to be excited about. It's just, I wish they could have given us more. I want more, Chris. Alright, anyway, I'm launching it up. I don't have my joysticks plugged in, but that's okay. I haven't really set them up since getting the new machine. There's always a lot more to come, though. That's just like some free words. Okay, yeah, that works. Alright, Sloth, I see you're in there. I'll invite you to a party just so that you get sucked into the same server. If you accept it. What? Not showing up? Alright, well that's fine. You can just join on me anyway. But anyway, I'm just gonna do some basic stuff, so... nothing too special. A lot of people logging into the game. Usually, I don't get any kind of queue at all. So I always choose New Babbage as my starting world. Oh look, Sloth joined actually. Nice. I always find New Babbage is a good starting spot because it has A, good shopping, It's got ground-based terminals at the same place. So when you first jump in with like after a patch has like wiped certain things, I always want to call all my vehicles and apply my paint jobs. And that makes it really convenient here at New Babbage. Doesn't have a ship store, but usually that's not the first thing you want to do when you get into the game. And it's always kind of the fun adventure to go fly to the ship store. Orson is nice, but again, like I like to be able to call even my ground vehicles right away, so I get them at the same starport location, and then I can apply my paint jobs to everything right away. But I do like Orson. Well, that's true, yeah, your hangar now you could do that. I guess, yeah. Crusader missions are good. I also always like doing the 890 jump mission, and it's around Microtech and our corp. Our corp is a pretty good location as well, being that it's closer to the Pyro jump point. Alright, and now these days you start in your hangar, which is a bit weird. This is how we're currently outfitted. But I think I might change a couple things. Cool color changing gun. I really like the Connor rifle, but I also really like the new sniper rifle. So much stuff here. I don't suppose we have the new stuff from the pack yet. Well, only shortness. Actually, I need a head sort. I meant to filter it. That's fine. I was looking for this thing. I really like this sniper rifle. Beautiful. But it's an energy weapon. It's a laser weapon. And this one's plasma, but that's also energy. And it's important to have some ballistic, because there are situations where you might be on the ground where you're like around your ship and your ship shields are on, and your weapons won't be able to penetrate the shields, but they might have ballistics and theirs could penetrate your shields. We'll fake the F-71. I've got different versions, or colors of it, I should say. I want to take this one. So now we'll just look at attachments for a second. Suppressor. So put a green laser pointer on it. No? Okay, there it goes. Now some of these I have are low light scopes. See the title at the top, it says LL, Data Pro LL. So that means it has night vision on it. This is only 8 times as well. I imagine it's being slow to really attach because of all the people who are logging into the game. Okay. You see, I enabled that command so that, yeah, we get all this detail up in the top right, but on the top left, I could see if there's a pending move delay. Yeah, you need to get those low light scopes. Those are great. Okay, what about this one? We have a low light scope for this one. Look, I have some that are called quote-unquote black op. So I've got black op site. Four times. That's good for this one. Alright, that's pretty good. And a 4 times and an 8 times. When there's been a patch wipe, like there has been, generally all your ammo is gone. And it looks like actually we have our ammo, which is good. Because I bought extra of particular ones. Okay, hold on, we need to swap our ammo fully. So this inventory system is going to get improved and replaced, basically. But as you can see, it's all very physicalized. This is our backpack, as it says. I'm going to take out our spare ammo. Oh, our medical pen was pretty scratched up. Anyway, never mind that. So, S71 and need shotgun. Because Zenith laser sniper rifle batteries. Perfect. And we need more medical refills. We'll get that later. Yeah, and then So I'll just save the last slot in the back here for the medical refill because it kind of conceals the big glowing greenness. But it doesn't really matter. Other slot. I was like, is there somebody else in my hangar? What could be going on? But no, slots here. So, the last thing I want to do before we move out is get a medical refill or two. So this really is one of the most incredible games in terms of details. And yeah, it's just one peekaboo. Grabbed it last time I was out. Here's some other players. And put away her helmet too. That's the stylish way to be.
The Empire's leader in cutting-edge technology, where creative innovation meets innovative.
And we're just gonna take the tram back and forth a minute. Just to get some medical refills. I like to be extra prepared. You know, space is a dangerous place. You never know the situation you're gonna be in. A lot of other people play more fast and loose. But especially when there's certain permadeath features in the game, which is gonna come years from now, it'll be good to have already built up this discipline. So the game features a full tram system. Which should be getting an overhaul soonish.
Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
Sloth coming to join us. What's also really great is the mini-map system. You'd see it show the doors opening and closing when we had it open. Yeah, there's Sloth right there. And we can salute him back. Beautiful night skyline of New Babbage. Aw, thank you, Saber. So we're ready to go with our cool weapons as well.
Nearing next stop.
Alright. Just nip over to the pharmacy.
Hey.
Hopefully everything's looking good on the stream.
Son was supposed to come visit me. Had to cancel last minute.
Yeah, we're just gonna ban you. Okay, so when you're buying and selling your terminals, you can choose where it goes. Usually it goes to the planet that you're at, but if you're already equipped with like a backpack or armor, you can have it go straight to where you want it to go. So we're gonna buy a couple of these. We'll make it 3 actually, because the one currently in my gun is nearly empty already.
Keep it busy. You know how life is. It has its ups and downs. My house life's a walking sprints, but it could be worse. At least I have somewhere to live, right? Well, that's life for you.
Oh yeah, there it is. Alright. And then, just like this person littered with their med pen, we're just gonna litter this on the ground. And yeah, with persistence, that should just hang out there for a while. Alright, let's go. Yeah, it could be your connection potentially, but I mean, I haven't lost any frames or anything, apparently.
The capsule will be leaving the station momentarily. Careful, doors are now closing.
So I figure we'll do maybe a couple of FPS missions, and then maybe something else. Oh, yeah, the railgun, yeah. It's just floating to the side there. It's currently sort of in the wall because it's sitting. But yeah, hilarious. Sometimes bugs can be good, you know? Fun bugs. Yeah, look at it here. Look at that. It's just completely detached. Oh wow.
Nearing next stop.
And as janky as this train is, it's actually gonna get improved. I've been working on that. So, the Paladin. That's gonna be a good ship when that comes out. Powerful dropship. But again, ships in Star Citizen all have very specific roles, pretty much. And then again, for certain missions, it'll come out soon now.
Your belongings belong to you.
And then we're gonna get Nyx, but it sounds like they're not giving us all the planets of Nyx right away. which is kind of annoying.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
The city of tomorrow has a lot going on today.
Hi, and welcome to New Babbage.
Looking for a good time? Be sure to visit Wally's bar at the promenade. Only a quick ride on the metro.
Vehicle selected.
We'll take the
Stand
Scorpions,
by.
actually.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us.
Scorpius, good two-person ship.
Remember, your belongings belong to you. Keep a careful watch on all personal items.
I'm not sure how many planets it's supposed to have, but of course you can check with the, on the main RSI website. They have the, big universe map, star map. Alright, so basically this is the X-Wing of the game. Who doesn't love a nice X-Wing? If Sloth wasn't here, I might have pulled out the TIE Fighter, the Guardian. Guardian T is the one I have. Now hit power on.
Armored Space Industries. Enjoy the quality. Armored Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Engines are on. Quantum fuel is at 100%.
These MFTs look a little bit dark. That seems like a small bug.
Takeoff complete.
And what's so beautiful about this, of course, is that it transforms. And Flock is in the back. If he wants to, he can control the turret on top. Although, right now there's no point.
Shields are off.
We're gonna enter nav mode. As fast as we can. One of the only games you can manually fly from space down to a planet surface. But also with just such detail. There's nothing quite like it. Alright, let me find a mission. Okay, I'm sharing one over to you, Sloth. We're gonna go and check out the coordinates. We'll do a quick space flight.
Hey, it's Walton with Foxwell. Courtesy reminder to not head out on patrol without getting geared up. Things have been wild out there lately.
Yeah, let's set the course. Set a route. You don't think it actually set a route, but that's okay.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now
Quantum to the orbital marker. And quantum straight to the quantum beacon.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Hold tight while I scan the sector.
Shields are on.
Heads up, got hostiles at your location.
Hostiles, eh? It should definitely be better with my joysticks, but not necessary. You don't need them to play.
Radar contact.
It looks like a 100i series. Interesting. It's a pretty small ship.
Shield. Engine. Weapons system is on. Shields damaged.
Our weapon system is not on. This isn't for me. Are you able to fire? Yeah, looks like he's able to fire. Which is good because I'm not able to. Oh, it's because my wings are not deployed. And now we're in business.
Looks like you're clear. Scans are clear of targets. Scans are clean.
Okay, we need to patrol the next location, I guess.
Shields are off.
It looks like we can quantum straight to it.
Quantum drive is now on.
My voice thing doesn't seem to work in the game usually. Because I don't have it off, and I'm not hearing it.
Quantum drive is now
At least in game. Should hear anything local. I am connected to it. I'm not connected to the party. No, I am. Connected to the party as well. It just doesn't come through. The in-game voice chat's been very spotty. You might be talking about Discord, but at least in-game, it's been a problem.
You should
Hello,
be
hello.
seeing waypoints.
Hey.
Make your way.
Yeah, I'm honestly really surprised that 100i took as much as it did.
Yeah. They've definitely rebalanced weapons quite a bit.
Give some new pilots a little bit of a chance, I suppose. Nothing wrong with that.
I'm currently flying the Scorpius. One of my favorite heavy fighter ships. My favorite fighters. Be nothing at this location.
There's supposed to be things to scan at these, or... Oh, wait, yeah, if this is the patrol mission, I think some of these have been bugged. I haven't done these much this patch, but I remember hearing about some of them. I think they're supposed to be like little satellites to scan up.
Radar
Oh,
contact.
there's one.
Yeah, I found it.
You should do a focus scan.
Oh, goodness, it's
See
already
what's
red.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
You're getting some strange readings from that satellite. Just to be safe, go ahead and utilize it.
Check fire.
Head to the next point. On to the next one. And with that, our work here is done. We're clear here.
Oh, yeah, a lot of crazy stuff from CitizenCon.
Yep.
That, honestly, I'm probably most excited for the instanced sections and Siege of Orison. Like,
Siege of
my
Orison
hype for the
seems to be
Paladin
great.
coming out. Yeah, my hype for the Paladin coming out next week is beside the point, but just having Siege back, that's gonna be so insane.
Quantum drive is now on.
Definitely my favorite event.
Quantum drive is now off.
It's definitely up there for me. I think the only one that comes close to it is probably Xenothreat. But Siege definitely takes the cake. I'm just kind of wondering how they're going to balance it, just because of the fact that normally it was made for like almost like several dozen people to run it at a time. It'll be interesting to have it instanced for just a handful of players, unless they get a big group in for it.
Well, it sounds like they can potentially tailor the instance to the size of the group.
I wonder if that means it may not be necessary to go to some of the platforms.
I think it's probably just how many enemies spawn, but hard to say.
Yeah, that would be more likely. Alright, let's see what we got this time. Oh, a protect.
Protect the ship.
Radar contact.
All channels! I'm under attack! Please!
Aw, it's under attack by Pisces. That's cute.
Target acquired. Shields damaged.
Thank you. I thought we were done for.
Walton here. Sorry for keeping this short, but Fox will need you to provide security for this ship on the double. Good luck out there.
Alright, mission complete. Burrito we eat.
Alright. We do a quick
Sending
bunker
creds your
mission.
way. Thanks for clearing out that contract.
Sounds good. This paint job for the Scorpius, was this from the God, what was it? Coromor? Is that the name for the Valentine's Day event?
Yep.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, I'm sharing this one. When you go to a data center.
Got it.
Shields are off. Quantum drive is now on.
Yeah, exactly, Capiosif. If Helldivers can do it, why can't CIG?
Quantum drive is
They
now
absolutely
off.
can. And they already have their elevators where they spawn the enemies, and they can just spawn more when needed.
Quantum drive is now on.
Totally doable.
The biggest problem for that is going to be if the elevators are bugged. But there's some workarounds for that at least. Or at least whenever there's NPCs currently in it blocking it from letting them spawn.
I'm never concerned about bugs. You know, there's always going to be bugs, and they're always going to be getting fixed. So, you know.
Mhm.
A bug today
Knowing a
is
couple of workarounds help.
no bug tomorrow.
Quantum drive is now off.
Now, if I recall, this one's in the middle of like a crater.
Yep, I do believe you're right. There's a couple of them like that on the moons.
I used to come here back when you could clear your crimes down on the planets.
Oh, it's this facility. Okay. God, I miss those days, actually.
gear deployed.
There might be a few hostiles out in front.
Yeah, and there are. Will I try to shoot them? So they're like right there.
Yeah, I'll need powder weapons though.
Oh, right.
Shields are up.
Stop resisting. I think that's all of them.
Landing complete.
Bit foggy and hazy out here. Combos. Are you guys giving me bits? Level 250? Oh my god. All the combo low. Oh look, it's somebody's dead body. Oh wait, no, this is the,
actually some...
Yeah, this is the
Yeah,
NPCs.
some of the 9 kills spawn with backpacks now. Or at least the leaders.
A good backpack.
Don't forget your helmet, by the way.
Oh yeah, who needs a helmet?
It does do great for blocking bullets.
It is somewhat important, yeah. I don't know if you have silencers on your weapon.
Yep, got one on my P8. Can't really silence the railgun though.
Aw, thank you for that. You guys are so kind. Thank you so much, Cathias.
Oh god, this slows me down. Oh no.
What slows you down?
Charging the railgun.
Oh. Shouldn't be using a railgun indoors anyway.
But I want to. And honestly, it was fun.
It can
I did it
actually
once.
ricochet and kill people.
Wait, what the heck? Oh, right, the new wing of the facility. I forgot.
Oh. That's right. Because there's the medical things here. These thingies.
Still a shame they don't have
There's
the
one
beds in.
speculation. what these things are and how they're gonna work. See, it says med gel, and these look like they could hold med gel canister thingies. Some people were saying these are gonna be able to regenerate them. I think maybe these are just gonna be med gel storage, and then you'll check, and then occasionally you'll be able to loot one.
Oh, that would be so great if they would, especially with how expensive Medgel is.
Yeah. Anyway, easy peasy. Did you see any loot boxes anywhere?
Not yet. I was actually about to do a quick sweep.
Yeah, I feel like they've gotten kind of stingy with the loot boxes. Or somehow they're just not appearing.
It's been pretty hit and miss. I haven't done too many bunker runs this patch, but the times I did, it's been about normal spawn rate.
Well, I've done a number, and I've seen a number of times where there's none, like today.
Alright.
So it seems like it's glitching. Like friendlies.
I guess one of them is really getting a close look on the ship.
Yeah, they're like, this is not a legal parking spot.
Sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to get
Is that
down
trying
from
to-
there.
You want to use like writing a report about it? They have some good glasses on them. The yellow glasses.
Yeah, I think that actually comes with the hard hat.
I don't think so. Maybe, but I think I've seen those glasses before. But anyway, I'm not gonna murder him and find out.
Well, just be careful whenever you take off. You seem to have someone on your cockpit there.
Wait, what? Oh, wow. It's kind of funny.
He saw a little scuff on the paint job. He's like, I have to fix this.
Can we put on some background music? There we go. A little bit nicer.
And I really hope they speed up the ladder animation for this at some point. Or
Right,
allow
or make
for
it also so that we have to be able to get on at the same time.
Well, he's off.
I have committed a crime.
Oh.
Oh, tier 2.
Oh no.
Negligent homicide or whatever.
I'm actually kind of surprised the turrets aren't lighting us up.
Landing gear raised.
Oh well, he knew what he was doing. It was an occupational hazard.
I could fight the UAE and go into prison.
I mean, yeah, fuck it. I'm down.
Wonder if Vaughn is hiring today.
Shields off.
Let's see. would be doing the, there's a lot of headhunters for the mercenary stuff.
Hold on one moment. Alright. Back to where we were. Oh yes, one mission. So,
Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll have to jump somewhere else. All I'm seeing are headhunters.
Yeah, that's possible. Let's go to, complete around Hurston, probably.
Alright. While you're getting that set up.
Time to get high. Well done.
Now the game's gonna be how toasty do you get before you throw the pilot controls to me?
No, it's okay. I can handle my stuff. We're in a fighter, so you know.
And
If we're in a
gotten
bigger
more
ship,
used
then we
to
might do that.
Yeah, definitely got more used to being in a gunner seat on a fighter since the last time.
It's not bad, right? I mean, you
Oh, yeah,
can pretty much
definitely.
just relax, and then when it's combat time, you just light them up.
And normally on a turret for larger ships, like back whenever Nargo and Walkers would be running the Hathor facilities, would either be on the Polaris or here lately on the Idris. But every once in a while, I'll get on the Scorpius gunner seat. Gunner seat I haven't been on in a while, though, has been like the Hurricane or the Gladiator.
Yeah, I mean, Hurricane is pretty much the same strength and firepower as the Scorpius.
And now it'll be nice to see the new Vandal ship kind of get thrown into that mix.
And cheers, Sloth, and everyone in chat.
Yep. Cheers. I'm really actually kind of curious how the whole combo thing works. Seeing how many times Saber and me clicked on that versus the amount of bits there.
You guys did a lot of clicking.
I mean, why not? It's new, it's fun.
Nice. Yeah, we haven't really seen it too much. But it was fun. I could see all the animations in the chat.
It's definitely fun to watch. So what other features are you really excited from the CitizenCon presentation?
Well, I mean, the main thing is going to be the Siege of Orson coming back. As a medical gameplay specialist, that really allows people like myself to shine, because as people fight, they'll get injuries, and you'll want to keep going because you don't want to just leave completely. And it can get pretty bad. I mean, there's a stage beyond tier 1 where you just get like X'd out, right? And it's possible, at least in the past, where you could have a wound that's just continually bleeding. I don't know if they still have that as an option, but hopefully they do, because that was incredible. Having to like keep somebody alive and manage their medication at the same time, it takes some real skill and real, calculation. And yeah. It doesn't
I
matter as
actually
much
did not
now
realize.
because you could just respawn, right? But someday, when respawns are way more important, then you really want to stay alive, It's gonna matter.
I would argue that I would argue that with the price of that med gel these days, it's like respawn is fairly important
true
as
as well.
is. But yeah, I didn't realize there was a point beyond tier 1.
Yep. You'll still be healed at a tier 1 medical bay or whatever. But yeah, you can get it so it's, instead of showing a number, it shows literally just an X. And that's pretty damn serious.
Damn.
Alright, time to impress Vaughn. All these missions are over at caves.
Like on FPS missions, or?
It's not usually very clear. It just says seek out and discreetly kill whoever over at a cave on Hurston or Ariel. So I'm gonna assume yes.
Well,
Let's try
do you
this
feel like
one.
spunking?
Yeah, we'll try our Ariel because lower gravity is a lot safer for the caves. Less chance of dying from fall damage.
Less chance to get bugged and not be able to clamber over things.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive.
I might need that mission, by the way.
And what were you saying, Caphias? What is classified at tier 2? That's not the X. X is beyond 1. But something else might classify as tier 2. You want a terrapin? I mean, it's a tanky little turtle. A terrapin.
Would you like it in scouting or medical flavor?
It's your question.
Oh god, the number of times we've actually been jumped while doing an op with walkers, and someone manages to get a medical terrapin inside the hangar of the Idris. It's an interesting counterboarding action.
Yeah, because they mean they can respawn on there, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it might be a trick nowadays, but it still presents a pretty serious threat.
But if you have some Well, yeah, I guess it's still true. Yeah, definitely looks like a ground mission.
Oh boy, splunking, my favorite.
Random hole in the ground. Welcome to Tatooine.
Where's all the moisture
This is a
farms?
super hot planet. It's not hot right now because the sun is down, but this is an ultra hot planet. I used to do a lot of mining here.
That's the neat thing, Capios. This is a crossover, considering we just came in the X-Wing.
That's true. Now we're entering the Sarlacc pit. Wait, the neutralized target is above us.
Oh. Where's the other marker for that? I also don't have the mission, so I can't see where it is.
But you see on my map, like, it's like a random spot. No, I think it is inside the cave. Like, I think that's just the marker for the cave. Pretty sure we do have to go down here. These caves are treacherous.
Ooh, I love the waterfall, though.
Yeah, these are nice. This is a new style of cave. I remember when they were working on it, but I've never actually been in it.
I think there's actually a chance of Janelite spawning in here, which is the new super expensive hand mineable. Well, newer.
Nice. Well, I actually have a hand mining war attachment thingy. So if you see
I
one,
forgot to bring one with me. God, these waterfalls are great.
Wait. Looking at the mini map. Not this way.
I think there was another path up here. Like, aside from just the entrance, I think, like, yeah, over that way.
Oh god. So many little holes where if you slip down in there, you know, that's it.
They really gave you the danger in this one.
the thing that really scares me the most are those people who like will like crawl into like a tiny little space. What do they call that?
Claustrophobic.
Yeah, but there's like people who will wiggle through like really tiny spaces. It's extremely dangerous because like if you get stuck, then that could be it.
Oh god, speaking of the bottomless holes you mentioned earlier. Yeah, I'm not too sure what the name of it is. I just know too many people around my parts do a lot of splunking with how many caves Missouri has.
Well, I'm not convinced that they're down here, because I'm not seeing any evidence of humanity.
Yeah, normally there'd at least be some other NPCs around.
I found something mineable. Looks like maybe Haydenite, though.
Yeah, I think Shanalite is supposed to be like yellow. It's like we got a deeper way into the cave over this way. Where did my gun go?
Llama? With after rate.
Well, that's a problem. I appear to have lost my P8.
That is not good.
Nope. Well, was joking with it back at the bunker, but I guess if we do run into anything, they're gonna get a face full of railgun. Wait, no, there it is. Why is it in my backpack? What?
Hmm. Pretty sure I'm supposed to strengthen this with.
Oh, they moved all of the HUD components directly onto the multi-tool itself. The charge level on the left, and then the no, the charge level is on the right, and then the sweet spot is there on the left. So it should be, I think,
trying to increase
Alt
the power
and
of it.
scroll wheel.
Oh, Alt? Okay.
I think. Yep. And then the little gauge for it getting completed is that circle there.
Yeah.
Hey, Nargo.
Hey.
Welcome, welcome.
How are you guys doing today?
Doing all right.
There you go. F right. Who's gold?
You get really hyped for that last segment there at the end of the CitizenCon?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Can't wait.
Yeah, Siege of Origin, that's gonna be the best.
That would be alright. Siege of Origin was a lot of fun. I'm glad it's coming back.
And yeah, they're solving the PvP problem. With instances.
Indeed. So. Yeah, big part. We were talking about a lot prior to the event kicking off. And that whole thing is definitely a big problem, for sure. What were you guys excited about?
Well, I mean, Siege of Orson. I'm sad that they didn't talk more about base building.
Yeah. You saw the crafting stuff, though, right?
Yeah, but again, they showed us a bunch of, like, cheap menus and not really the proper UI.
Mm-hmm.
Feel like they could have showed us more.
That way's a dead end.
Yeah. Looks pretty dead to me.
Yeah, no. For me, I'm a little bit bummed that the Paladin isn't coming out right away, but next week it'll be nice. And that new mining mission for the cracking open the space asteroid, that's going to be really fun.
Yeah.
The Van Duel.
I'm really excited. Oh yeah, the Van Duel. That'll be good. I think it's high time that we get our first taste of an alien combatant. I kind of hope that the ships fly a little bit differently, and they're not effectively just reskinned pirate AI. But I'm not holding my breath, and I'll be excited either way. But yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. Just wanted to stop by and say hi and say,
No,
hey, that was cool.
Still interruption. No interruption at all.
Well, I appreciate it.
So yeah, it sounds like we're gonna get Nyx, but they're gonna just give us the actual planets, like, slowly?
Yeah. My understanding of that was the planets will be in, but there won't be much to do on them. And I think that's
well, they
pretty
said
fair.
as we add planets. As we add planets.
Did they?
He did say that. Yeah.
Well,
so
fair
that
enough.
sort of like they're giving us Nyx, but that's sort of like I feel like you need to do the air quotes with that.
Yeah.
I guess this mission might just be bugged. I'm not seeing any NPCs or anything.
Yeah, I'm just mining another rock.
All good. But yeah, no, just seeing that little last segment there with the massive assault on the station. It's like all of our ops have been leading up to that type of mission.
It really has. Not just our ops, but our certification process and everything else. That'll be really cool. I was talking to some of the guys and I said, I want to be in a position where I have to say to pilots in the org and say, if you don't have, say, like the Fighter 2 certification, then you can't fly fighter for this mission. Because otherwise, I won't be able to say with confidence that you'll have the skills needed to be able to fly through that. Exactly. And I want to be in that position because right now, with the exception of just not dying to players, there's no real reason for people to want to get better. Just looking at the enemy AI and basically holding on the trigger until one of either you or the enemy is dead is usually the norm for 90% of all players when it comes to combat. I want to be able to have a reason for people to want to get better.
That's true.
I think that could do it.
During that segment, I was just imagining, joining you guys with my own Polaris and whatever crew I can scrounge together.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, sign me up for the turret.
Maybe a supporting ship.
No, that'd be great. Especially if this is going to be the first time where we're going to have to fight a Vandal ship with a beam weapon. I'll definitely take all the support I can get. One thing that I'm really excited about is the idea of a station being defended by a Vandal death ray, effectively. Not because of the mission, don't get me wrong, the mission sounds really cool and I'm very, very hyped for it, but what it means for the game as a whole. If other stations, like in Stanton, can start to incorporate defenses like that, a hit scan weapon that is hard enough to be a very legitimate and dangerous threat to capital ships, then you're going to have, hopefully, stations that are much better defended, legitimately defended in the verse. It's the first step, in my opinion, to real security for those stations. And that has me excited.
Oh no!
Have you been lost to the void there, Sloth?
Nope. There was a ledge below me.
I kind of felt like making it completely invincible, unless you do a certain thing. I feel like that's not the best answer. I think it would have been better if they made it like, yes, there's like a really obvious smart answer, but if you are an idiot or if you want to just take the time, you can overpower it another way. I feel like there should be more options instead of just there is only one way to do everything.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree, but I do also think between the option to, if the goal, if we're looking at it as the goal of we don't want people to just show up with the big old capital ships that they've spent money on and click the easy I win button.
That's true, yeah.
Then I think what they did is a good call.
That's true. Whether that's
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I feel like they should have made this con a little bit longer. Shown us a few more things. Why not show us some Squadron 42?
Yeah, time will tell next year, I guess. I don't know. I'm still nervous about Squadron 42.
Nervous?
I
think it'll be great.
Been a meme. Well, sure. If it comes out.
Problem.
Yeah.
What do you mean, if it comes out?
I mean, if it comes out. Look, Squadron 42 has been the it's just 2 years away meme for 12 years.
Well, now it's just
yeah,
1 year away.
We're at the finish line.
Yeah. Well, they've been at the finish line before. Like, look, I'm not trying to sell the narrative that CIG will never get it out, but all I'm worried about at the core is that CIG has an undisputed history of missing a deadline,
That's true.
specifically for that game.
I mentioned that earlier.
Right?
Yeah.
And because Star Citizen has gotten so much bigger, it's gotten a lot more public attention, the dev base is just bigger, it's a known entity. Before, when it was missing deadlines, it was very upsetting for the people who were aware of the project, but that people who were aware of the project was ultimately pretty small. It's no longer really small. If they fuck it up, they miss it. If something goes pretty wrong, they become a case study for why Kickstarter is a bad idea. They become a case study for bloatware. They become a case study for mismanagement, right? There's no good sides if they fuck up Squadron 42 release. It has to go perfectly. And even then, if it goes perfectly, it's still going to be an uphill battle. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, If all it does is set the stage for having a good Star Citizen experience and saying, hey, look, come work for us or whatever, because we have a team that's capable of doing this really cool stuff, great, fantastic, no arguments, 10 out of 10. But it has to go through so many hoops to hit that point. And look, I've been playing their game for 10 years. It's just, if what we have in Star Citizen is what I can expect from Squadron 42, I'm not convinced it'll hit that. There can be a lot of world building, there can be a lot of narrative stuff, and that stuff I expect to be really great. The ASD stuff that they've put in has shown me that they are, in fact, quite capable of making really cool scenes, and at the very least having bones of a good storyline. But what I've seen from ASD is that the storyline, like all of the parts that I care about, haven't been hitting the mark. Now, again, maybe that's because they are still working on Squadron 42 and they're doing all the polishing stuff. That'd be great. But you look at Hathor, you look at even go further back and you look at the Save Stanton, the Fight for Pyro, where all of the story was effectively data pads on the ground. And then the devs berated the player base for missing critical story parts because it was on data pads. They're the same team, Squadron 42, and the people who are doing the stuff for Star Citizen. Now, maybe it's new members of the team, right? I absolutely believe that. But that's my worry. That's where the problem comes from. Because if that's the same team that have been doing this really cool story stuff, then that's the only thing left in Squadron 42 for me. Because I can tell you right now, if the AI that I have to fight are the same AI I've been fighting in Star Citizen, which is the devs themselves have been saying quite often were the case, I will be able to breeze through any and all combat scenarios in Squadron 42 unless they pull out some hit-scan weapon. AI they don't know how to fly in an effective way. And maybe that's by design. I don't know.
I think part of the issues with AI is that they control the AI through their servers and then through the network, etc. Whereas in a single player, it'll be rendered and generated by your processor on the spot. So I feel like that's not going to be so much of an issue.
I would agree with that more if I didn't have the same experience in offline Arena Commander. Now, I don't know exactly how that network structure works. If I say I'm offline Arena Commander, does that just mean that my client is still connecting to a CIG host server and they are rendering stuff? Or is that actually all on my machine? I genuinely don't know. But even still, regardless of that case, we could have perfectly running servers. I could be on a server with 10 people. And the AI just don't... It's not that they're like being bad AI. They're flying and they're shooting with relative accuracy. But when you go into Star Citizen and you start to learn the PvP combat mechanics of fighters, you do 2 simple maneuvers and you negate all of the combat that the AI can do. And unless you are fighting ridiculous numbers of AI, and even then you can still deal with it, or an Idris which just has so much health that you can't kill it, it's not a challenge. And that's not a problem. That is a me thing. That is because I have followed the project and because I've done all of this stuff. That is me putting myself in this weird position. All I'm simply saying is that when it comes to Squadron 42, that's not going to be a challenge. I fully and wholeheartedly expect none of the ship combat to be a challenge. So what's left is the ground stuff and the story.
So,
like I said,
do you
that's
remember
what I'm
in the
about.
scene of the demos that we've seen where he's being chased by like so many these red targets? He's like trying to just escape in a jet. Just for flying. It wasn't the last demo, but it was the one from the year before.
I'd have to go look at that
I
one.
think there will be situations like that where you will be overwhelmed and you just cannot fight. You need to be able to run away. And that was in the Gladius. So there will be situations where, like, yes, if you had all the tools that you wanted, you could probably be the badass to do anything. But given the limited tools that are available, that may not be as easy as it sounds.
No
and
arguments
depending
there.
on what you have to go against.
Kind of surprised these turrets aren't lighting us up.
Yeah, me too.
Especially because I got a tier 3 crime stat.
Well, this is, yeah. Alright, well, we need to murder somebody here. My fear with it is just that it's gonna be so short. And then people are gonna be like, that's it? I waited all
I'm
this
not
time
too worried about short.
for that it, you know?
Didn't they say it was supposed to be like 80 hours of gameplay?
Thought it was closer to 40, but I could be wrong. But
Well, last thing I heard
Titanfall
is
2.
that they think it's gonna be about 30.
Was it? I have to go back and look at the dev post. But look at Titanfall 2. That campaign is like 8 hours long. It's for taking your time. And it's touted as one of the best single-player campaigns in gaming. Not worried about length. I can understand the worry about, oh, we waited 10 years for this. Like, totally legitimate. But if the campaign is legitimately good, then I don't think the length is too big of a problem. It comes down to, can the story grab me? Am I going to give a shit about what's happening to the AI, the NPCs, the characters in this world? The Admiral Bishop speech in the I Held the Line trailer, super good. Loved that. That was amazing. It still shows up on my YouTube feed quite regularly to rewatch it.
Yep.
And so, like, it set a good tone, right? Like, I have good hopes, but, you know, a pretty picture does not make a book, right? And I've seen the playbook, again, by all of the stuff in the Persistent Universe. Siege of Orison is another good example. All the stuff with Xeno threats, Align in Mind, Save Stanton, Fight for Pyro. I am so glad that CIG is starting to put story elements into Star Citizen. But they have failed to make me care. It is, I am going to location, I am shooting bad guy, and I am clicking a button that says complete. That is what the story elements have basically boiled down to.
But
I would like to see
the gameplay of most games.
Right.
But you're a little bit burned out.
Well, I mean, sure, no arguments there, but look at things like World of Warcraft. Look at things like Helldivers. Look at things like Final Fantasy. The things that you do have a tangible, to a lesser to greater degree, impact on the world you play in. The first time ever CIG has done that was with the resource drive, right? They are now renaming the station, the Pyro Jump Gate, to the Hurston Station, and they gave it a single golden statue somewhere in the lobby. Woo. Otherwise, it's exactly the same game, right?
That's true.
And again, I get that it's the first time they're doing that, and I completely respect that. But I would like to see a future. Let me back up. All of that has happened. It was a 2-month long event where people were doing all this cargo stuff, and big whoop. I didn't see anything other than a progress bar going up on my journal when I bothered to look at it. There was no... I don't know. I could come up with a bunch of examples of things that could have been happening in the verse that were time specific. But then you gotta look at things like resource availability and whatnot. Again, I'm not blind to the plight and how difficult it is to do what CIG is trying to do. All of this is to say is that that's why I'm worried about the single player game. Because if they can't make me care about this event in the multiplayer, why would I care about what they're able to pull off in the single player?
See, I think they've been putting all of their talents over time into the single player, and that's why the multiplayer feels so neglected. But I think that the length of the game does matter when you compare it to the amount of time people have waited for, how much time has been poured into building it. When you say like a game is 30 hours, that's okay. But then when you say a game is 30 hours after 12 years of work, then that hits differently.
I can totally see where you're coming from.
Who have been waiting this 12 years.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you know? So if it's just not enough, then that could really destroy confidence in future episodes of the single player. Because of course it's not meant to be just standalone forever. They want to keep adding on to it.
Hey Scarlet, I found some Violet Inquisitor arms in here if you're interested.
That's okay, I have the set they gave me, so that's good enough.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get out of here. I really do feel like from the slices that we've seen of the game, I feel fairly confident that they've poured the creative energies like all this time into that. And that kind of lines up with the lack of creativity that we've seen in the online environment. So I feel like there is a fairly good chance of a really, really excellent game. I'm not too worried about that.
That's fair. Yeah, no, totally fair. But at the same time, I don't think it's unwarranted or unfair for me to be like,
they have a history.
Hey, yeah, you said that there's a pot of gold behind this door that I haven't been able to have any proof of. Like, you haven't been able to show me anything from behind this door other than like some pictures that are dark and fuzzy, equivalent thereof, for a long time. But trust me, bro, there's a pot of gold behind this door, right? Like that's the situation I'm in.
I open the door, there's nothing there.
Right.
Now the 6th time.
Right. Right.
So yeah, I totally can understand that. But that felt more true in the past. But with what they've shown us, with what they've given us, I feel way more confident.
Well, I will rely on your enthusiasm then.
I don't know if those are players or NPCs.
probably NPC.
Alright,
You're used
goodbye,
to the
Drake
night
Cutter.
vision, though. Oh, this cutter. Yeah, this cutter wasn't here before, right?
No, and apparently there is some plants that are tanking the railgun shots.
Let me go check that body over there.
Alright, now the cutter's gone.
But yeah, like, where's the base building? They talked about it so much last year.
Yeah. I am equally excited and terrified when it comes to base building. I don't think the verse, the community, is ready for how divisive that's going to be. In so many ways. Simply because of the limited amount of actual space you can put buildings on in the verse. 5 systems is a lot when you talk about what they're doing with them, but how many millions of players are there going to be?
Right.
And especially when you get, like, I could use walkers as an example. Hey, we really like Daymar. We're gonna go set up down Daymar. We're gonna take a swath of 100 by 100 kilometer land, and that's us. That's our land. We're gonna set up towers and whatever. And if we detect you coming in, we're gonna come over investigate. And if you're a pirate or someone who's done something bad, who's pissed us off, we're gonna shoot you because it's our space. Well, then you take folks like, say, GrieferNet as a good example. They don't like anyone except for a few select people. So they're just going to shoot you anyway. Well, but that's where my mining spot was. That's where my mission is. That sucks. We bought the spot. And I know CIG said there's going to be exclusion zones and things like that, but
the system will probably know not to send you to somebody's private land.
Sure. Right? Okay. Well, that's like missions and stuff. Well, okay. Well, that's a really good mining spot. Daymar. That's where the iron is, right? Just as an example. I need iron because now base building and crafting is in, and that's one of the best spots to go get it. I have
a funnier example. What if somebody wants to buy up or just take over the land in between, like, the track of the Daymar Rally?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
That was one of my next examples. Someone like GrieferNet, they come by and they just buy the entire track because, again, nothing could stop them. Nothing will stop anyone. First come, first serve. And they're just going to put up mines or turrets, whatever defenses CIG gives players, right? And it's like, oh, no, you can't race here anymore. We're going to put a stop to this annual event that has been canonized because we can.
It's going to turn into like the pod race from Star Wars Episode 1 with the Tusken Raiders actively shooting.
It's going to turn into a meat wall where they're going to cross a border and then they're going to explode. It's a bit egregious, but like there is no Tusken Raider shooting at. It's a orbital cannon being fired at a defenseless child. You don't get to be fast enough to run through that and maybe survive. That is, you are literally going to die. If it was my base and I saw a line of racers running at me with some support ships, I would be like, that's weird. Let's line that wall with tanks, Centurions, let's get some fighters. And because I bought that land, it's all legal. Security's not going to help you. And also, by the way, this is a lawful area. This is a high security zone.
So
not only...
So in the lawful zones, as I understand it, you're not allowed to, like, destroy your structures or whatever.
Right.
That's my understanding. And so
No,
they
that's
could
correct.
also make it so that you cannot have any aggressive systems because there's no point to having them if your stuff is actually already protected. Right?
Okay, sure. And if they do that, that absolutely solves that particular part of the problem, but you're still trespassing on my server, on my property, and I have every
That's true.
legal, air quote, right to shoot you. So I'll
Well, you
just
may not
park
have a
tanks
legal
and
right to shoot
whatever.
them. They may
No,
or may
I
not
mean,
give you that legal right. There may instead be a situation where they will get ejected automatically after like a small amount of time. They may not just give you the right to just shoot anyone you want on your land.
maybe, but even if it isn't automatic like repositioning, it's still it's the same objective. I have stopped this event. And you could say,
Yeah.
oh, well, we'll just go around, right? And yes, there are solutions to this problem. I simply bring it up as an example because of situations like that. People in the verse are not ready for it. I firmly believe that. They would say, I want to be able to build my base and I want it to be safe. And the devs will say, okay, we'll make it safe. And then you're going to have people who want to abuse the system. They'll be like, I'm going to put my base in the most inconvenient spot possible because the devs either didn't think about this edge case or we found an exploit or whatever. And well, now it's legal and I'm there and you can't do anything about it because the system protects me. I'm worried. I think it's going to be really cool. I think in its core, the base idea, fantastic. Love the idea. But there's a lot of video games out there that show some of the problems that will likely happen with this game. I mean, maybe that's just the point where I should shrug my shoulders and agree with the devs and they just say, hey, it's early access, we'll figure it out, you know. But
yeah. And the whole land claims.
Yeah, and the land claims. I don't know. Maybe the solution is going to be as simple as CIG just puts their foot down and basically say, look, it's first come, first serve. We're making more systems. You got what you got. And if you can't put a land claim down, go build a space station. That is an option. Not an unreasonable one in my eyes, but it would piss off a lot of people.
These planets are pretty big, though. And as they add more and more, if they can add more than one system a year, if they really are making great progress with their automated planet tech, whatever, then maybe it won't be that big of an issue after all.
Sure.
We got something that just came in behind us. Starting to close in.
Okay, I was just gonna quickly park us here and we'll jump out.
Landing gear deployed. Landing. Engines are off.
It's a hurricane.
I'll try to get out.
Trying. It's slow.
I see the frog missiles.
Oh, it's my bounty they're after. Okay.
Let's run out of there. Quickly. You alright?
Hit. I'm dying. I'm down. Oh, no, I'm still alive. Okay. Okay, now I'm down. Yep, they permadeath me. Welcome back, Derp.
Did they fly away?
Good question. If they start shooting you, I would say no.
I'll see him. Oh yeah, they're flying away. Looks like, sort of. Hopefully. Meanwhile, I'm gonna dig myself deep in this bunker.
Make them bleed for every inch.
Or maybe I sit in this corner.
Ooh, 16 hours. Oh no.
So you see how, like, I don't know if you can see on my screen, if you guys are watching, but like there's like an invisible wall here, and then you can fire from here on. I'll have the advantage. They'll try to kill me as they walk out, but I'll know about the invisible wall and they won't. And I'll now kill them.
Yeah, that'll work.
If they come after me. I'll need enough if coming after me, though. I don't see any evidence of it. Well, that was some interesting, excitement at least.
Yeah, feel free to loot my body. If you want. Not like I'll be getting the railgun ammo back.
Yeah, it's just the ammo.
Yeah,
right.
It's expensive ammo, though. And what is it, only able to be gotten at, Orison and Area 18 now?
You can find it in a lot of places, but they only sell like 25 mags at a time.
Yeah, I just know you can't buy it at New Babbage anymore.
Oh yeah? Really?
Yeah.
Even in Center Mass?
I checked there. It's not available there.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm not seeing your body anyway.
I believe I was over by some of the crates. Oh well.
You were vaporized.
Mm-hmm. Railgun imploded on my body. Confetti went everywhere. It happens.
And I'm the one who wanted to go to prison. So you're the one in prison.
If it makes you feel better, the oxygen kiosk mission has not been popping up, so I have to do it the long way.
I have a tier 3 injury, but there's a Pisces here. Ready for repairs.
I mean, you could get out of there with it.
Yeah, but where would I go?
Good point.
Just to restore my body. I have to get up and take my helmet off.
I'm really surprised those guys, they were definitely doing bounty hunting, but if they were actively doing it, I'm surprised they didn't stick around to pick up yours.
Yeah, they must have picked up somebody else's and, you know, took them elsewhere.
Oh well. More will come.
That's how it goes. Yeah, I'm not sure how much longer I wanted to stream either. I was just expecting to go to prison. And then show off prison in a second. Why am I trying to go to prison? Because why not?
Why not indeed?
Actually, I love escaping prison. A lot of fun.
I still have yet to do that once.
Lots of hardcore parkour. But no, seriously. Of course. I mean, I've done it
I've seen
before.
videos on it.
But yeah. I feel like there's infinitely regenerating people down here, so.
Did you have the mission completed already?
Yeah, I already completed the mission.
Yeah, then it should be infinitely generating.
Didn't used to be so infinite.
Well, they definitely have an increased spawn rate. Then again, it may just be because it's naturally a security bunker.
That's true.
And without a mission there, it's like there's no reason for them not to respawn.
Makes sense. I'm just waiting for that elevator to get calm. Time to get high. Actually, I didn't do the last one we did either. So I'm gonna double high.
There's a loot crate in prison now. Okay, interesting.
Really?
Yeah, I just found a good couple of med pens, some food, some water, a tiger claw, and a shiv.
No, nice. Hey there, Orion. Let's see, he says, man, at this rate, she'll be locked up till the new ship's hit, PU. Damn. No, I'll just escape. I'll just escape and clear my crime stat. And even make a video out of it. Anyway, time to get high. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers.
I hear a spaceship. Alright, and let's do another. Another 3 seconds. Get super sloshed. But yeah, probably a bounty hunter. I'm just waiting for that elevator to get called up. But that elevator... Oh shit, you see it's going up?
Yep. Get ready.
Oh shit. Where's the best place to be?
I mean, if they have your bounty, then it's probably not going to matter. They'll see your marker.
Yep. I got laser beamed. No, well. Oh, it tells you who did it. Try XX.
I actually
With
wasn't
that
paying
many X's
attention.
in
I
their
bet.
name, like, they're definitely some sort of gothy tryhard.
Hi, welcome to prison.
Alright. And I think that'll be a good place to end the stream for today. Wait, we should just check real fast just how long my sentence is. We'll check that first. But yeah, either I might make a little video about being in prison, or we might escape prison on that stream. Okay, that's 1 day, right?
Oh, jeez.
A day and 42 minutes. So, yeah, hypothetically, I could just not play for a day, and that would be fine too. Or go and do some mining for like 20 minutes. Do a couple quests. Or
Yeah, those
spend
oxygen.
like an hour or more trying to escape. Escaping is not efficient, but it's fun.
So many good
Anyway,
options.
thank you everyone for joining and being a part of the stream. I hope you guys all had a good time. And of course, I'll see you guys on Monday as usual. So, yeah. Have a good weekend, everyone. And thanks for joining me, Sloth.
Yep,
And you too,
anytime.
Mario.
Of course.
Alright. Good night, everyone. Bye.
I'm going.